Je sais pas depuis combien de temps exactement, mais je sais que mes 3 dernières autos sont toutes passées chez Antirouille Métropolitain.
Mitsubishi Motors.
Savez-vous ce qui est génial avec l'ambition? C'est qu'on peut pas l'avoir.
When things go wrong, when the Hey everybody! Finally we made it! 1 year after Helsinki, welcome in Montreal. So, yeah, today I'm Eric Bégin, I'm the CEO of InLibro, and I'm pretty proud to announce the launch of the KohaCon24. Woo! By the numbers, it's 22 countries, people from 22 countries who registered to the conference. I don't know if it's a record, but it's pretty nice for me. We have 191 participants. Canada is in first position, followed by United States, United Kingdom, Nigeria, and so on. So it's pretty nice numbers. I like that. In proportion, we have 101 on-site attendees over the 5 days, 91 remote. I think another one was added yesterday when I looked. So that's more than 50% in presential. That's great. I'm here mostly to give you some reminders. So the first one, our schedule. So the first 2 days are here. On the Thursday, which is Wednesday, we have our cultural day. So it will be across Montreal. And Thursday and Friday, we're going to be elsewhere at the Goethe Institute. Sorry for the German people, I'm pretty sure that I screwed the Goethe, where we'll held the workshop and the Hackfest. The name tags, you'll have the identification of the person, of course, and we put the emphasis on the first name. We also have the position, the name of the company, and where is the person from, which country. You have the role of the person, which could be either an attendee, an organizer, a speaker, or a sponsor, which I want to thank already. You have the name of those on the bottom of the slides. So I want you to thank Bywater, PDFS, Europe, and BibLib. They need a good hand of applause. Thank you for being with us. On the name tags, you also have the language spoken by every person. So if you want to know how to address to him, it's possible. You also have, if it's a first-timer, so thank you for being here for the first time at the KohaCon. It's really nice. So you have those little mark on your name tag too. And finally, you have the link to the program. So there's two sides on the card. So one it's in French and one it's in English. It's not the same link. So depending of which language you want your program on. What else? I want to thank our volunteers also. You'll be able to recognize them with the nice green t-shirt. They were up there to welcome you. So here's their name. I don't want to name them because I'm going to screw some of them, the name. Otherwise, a word on the interpreter. I think it's the first time that we have a bilingual KohaCon with a real-time interpreter. So people who will speak their own language finally will be able to understand French people who's doing presentation. French speaker will be translated in English and English will be translated in French. We have one mic per language, so the red one is for English-speaking person, and the same thing for the questions, and the white one is for the French language. So it's just in order to direct the feed, the audio feed on the right YouTube channel. So people who want to have the whole conference in French, they won't have to switch from one channel to the other one. I was asked by our interpreter to slow down a little bit the pace of your presentation to help them to translate. For those who doesn't have the headset, they are available just outside that door over there. So don't hesitate to go there. Our first presenter will be in French, so if you want to have that translation, you should go pretty soon. Online, there's a delay of 15 seconds, so it doesn't really doesn't really matter for us over here, but online there's a delay. So maybe if we have some questions that will be written on the YouTube channel, just for the people who are that are home. So, what else? For the speaker, try to be ready 5 minutes before your presentation and just go over there. Louis, you're okay now. And we will have someone, our timekeeper, who will tell you when you still have 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute remaining to your presentation. For the communication, you have a QR code here for if you want to connect on Mattermost. It's a link to our webpage where we stating this information. So for real-time conversation and what we're doing like after the conference, also the night, and we used that already for the people who went to Quebec City yesterday. So I want also to thank the team behind the KohaCon this year, which is Caroline, which is your host. Olivier, I think, is there too. Marilus is probably upstairs. Yeah, and me. That's it. So, one last thing to say. Just enjoy the conference. Thank you. And you can switch the presentation. And to start the presentation, we'll have to switch mic also. I'm pleased to welcome Lou Germain. Louis is the General Manager of Wikipedia Canada. So I'm pretty pleased to have him with us today. He's going to talk about AI and Wikipedia. Louis. Oh, just a note, we're still trying to figure out the Wi-Fi situation, so eventually it will be live. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Welcome. My apologies for the presentation in French. I would first like to thank Eric for the invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to be here this morning. Welcome. I want to wish you a wonderful KohaCon. My presentation this morning is about the different projects led by Wikimedia at this time of artificial intelligence. I think would be hard to avoid this kind of topic today. I could pretend that the small character on the puzzle here is myself with, more hair and a few less pounds, but no, it's not me. My name is Lou Germain. I'm a General Director, Executive Director of Wikimedia Canada. I've been in this position for 2 years. I am the first paid Executive Director for Wikimedia Canada. Our chapter has existed for many years, but before I got here, the project was led only by volunteers who worked very hard. Before working for Wikimedia, I was the executive director of the Archivists Association of Quebec. I used to work with archivists. I am not a librarian. I have not studied library sciences. I am an administrator. I studied at Laval University in administration. I am finishing a diploma in human resources management in the knowledge economy. So I'm very far from library sciences, but I know the sector quite well, and I'm very close to this sector. Today, I will tell you about Wikimedia, what we're about. I will tell you about freeware, artificial intelligence, and the role that librarians can play in the Wikimedia universe. Some of you might recognize the Wikipedia logo. I think Wikipedia no longer needs introduction. But why talk about Wikimedia? What is Wikimedia? Wikimedia Foundation is a nonprofit organization. We provide necessary infrastructure for all Wikimedia projects, and Wikipedia is the most famous Wikimedia project. So Wikimedia hosts all the computer science, all the software. We also overlook the governance of the movement, the codes of conduct, and so on and so forth. That's the role of the foundation. As you know, all Wikimedia projects are open source, so the code is accessible for everyone in the community, which allows us to continuously build projects and improve our material. Our projects are the result of world collaboration. We have editors, contributors throughout the world. The content that is created and modified by editors throughout the world. The vision of our foundation. Imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. That's our commitment. So the idea behind the Wikimedia projects is to offer free and free of charge access to knowledge to as many people as possible. Wikimedia has many different projects. As I was saying, Wikipedia is the one that the most famous one, the one that is well known. It doesn't not need to be explained anymore, I think. We also have Wikimedia Commons. It is a media library. We have more than 100 million files. They are freely accessible. Each person can edit them, contribute data. We have Wikidata. It is a very big database. It is also open to improvement, to contributions. Wikidata centralizes the data that is used by different projects in the Wikimedia project. So as soon as there is a modification in Wikidata, it is transmitted to other projects. An example, a famous person dies, we add their date of death in Wikidata, and it is automatically synchronized with all the different projects. So no editor will have to go into Wikipedia, for example, to add the date of death of the person. There are still editors that will do it naturally. We also have Wikisource. It's a project that I like a lot. It is a bit less known. It is a digital library that contains public domain text. For example, if you have a text in a library that belongs to the public domain, you can digitalize it and upload it on Wikisource. For example, our public library here, Bibliothèque et Archives Nationales du Québec, is one of the most important contributors to Wikisource in Canada. I am Executive Director of Wikimedia Canada. So since 2011, Wikimedia Canada is a recognized chapter of Wikimedia International. All our chapters are independent organizations. We are independent from the foundation, but we are recognized by it. We are here to support Wikimedia projects in a specific location. There are 38 chapters in the world right now, 1 chapter per continent at least. Not all countries have chapters. Most countries that have chapters are countries where user groups are organized, active, and after a certain time, the foundation judges that the groups are sufficiently organized to become official recognized chapters. And to be an official chapter has a certain number of advantages. Our mission is to raise awareness in Canada in order to collect knowledge, distribute knowledge, and pedagogical content, whether it is cultural, historical, in all languages spoken in Canada, including Indigenous languages. That's very important. We have an open license and a free license in the public domain. So we are here to encourage people to become contributors, editors in the many Wikimedia projects active in Canada. Very quickly, we have identified 6 programs in our strategic development plan, so 6 topics on which we focus a little bit more, including, as I was saying, Indigenous cultures and languages. That is one of our missions. We work in close collaboration with the Atikamekw community. It is an Indigenous community in Quebec. You know, there is a Atikamekw language Wikipedia. It has been in existence since 2017. So we support them, we accompany them in the development of this project. Recently, we have received funding from CIRA. CIRA is a nonprofit Canadian organization that manages domain names in Canada. They have given us funding for us to create a toolbox that will help young Indigenous people to recognize information on the internet through Wikipedia, Wikimedia projects, and they will use the projects to share their truth, share their culture. So we work a lot with different Indigenous communities throughout Canada. High impact topics, as you know, there are many gaps to fill in Wikimedia projects. On Wikipedia, for example, there are 2 articles about a woman for 10 about a man. So we'd like to have a 50-50 proportion. So we try to encourage contributions, content about women, and we try to encourage women contributors to edit content. That's part of the problem because less women create content. It explains in part why there is less content about women. So that's one of the high impact topics that has been identified by Wikimedia Canada. French-speaking community, we support volunteers, we invest in research and development. So those are some of the mandates that Wikimedia Canada have. Now, since I became director, there has not been one single day where I haven't heard about artificial intelligence, and there also has not been one day during which a person hasn't asked me if Wikimedia is reliable. People always ask, is this reliable? I am part of the generation that was there at the beginning of Wikipedia. People kept saying that it was a very dangerous, scary project, that we had to avoid it at all costs. A few years ago, Nature magazine led a study comparing 40 articles made by Wikipedia with 40 articles produced by the Britannica Encyclopedia. And the magazine concluded that the number of errors was similar between both publications. 4 inaccurate facts on both sides. That led to Britannica Encyclopedia to question the results, but the study was validated by peers.
Now, there are many mechanisms that were developed to ensure the reliability of Wikipedia more and more. Now, it's always important to look at Wikipedia wisely. Be prudent. When we have the good reflexes, it's easier to recognize what is a good entry or a less good one, less reliable one. In the mechanisms that we have developed, the first one is, well, some actions from the contributors are limited, meaning that when you're a new member of Wikipedia, if you have an account that is active for less than 4 days or less than 10 contributions, then you're limited in the number of actions that you may take. For example, when you're a new member, you cannot create a new page. So if you wrote an article that is brand new in Wikipedia, you won't be able to post it, to publish it. This ensures us that the person who will be contributing has already a sound background. It's not somebody who opened up an account to hack a page. So the vandalism of well, the fact that we're reducing the number of actions by this type of contributors is helpful, because the new contributors cannot come and modify a page for a sensitive topic. Maybe you've noticed that in the top right, there are some entries with a little locker and a little lock, and so only the authorized contributors can modify the page. Elon Musk, for example, a good friend, a controversial person. So one way or another, whether we love him or not, it's a page that we have on him that is protected on Wikipedia. So this is how we proceed. That's a good example. The page is locked, and it's impossible to modify it if we're not a long-standing contributor. Then also constant concern for neutrality. It's not a space for sharing opinions. It's not a place to share the outcomes of the findings of new researchers. So we try to really rely on sources that are absolutely the most reliable possible on the topic. Then there are also protocols in case of disagreement, and we're looking for consensus and discussion among the members of Wikipedia and Wikimedia. On all pages, for all the pages, there's a discussion page associated. If you go there, you'll notice that there are very long discussions, lengthy discussions, and it's possible to participate in those forums and even vote on, for example, preserving a page of a person who wouldn't be known enough. Another interesting example, a few years ago there was a discussion ongoing for several weeks, and in Quebec we used the word beignet for donut, while French used the donut, the English term. And there was a war on Wikipedia to see whether we should name the entry beignet or donut. Quebecers and Canadians in general, for them, it's kind of a tradition here. All Quebecers know what a beignet is, a long-standing tradition during celebrations, while in France they don't have donuts in their tradition. It's not part of their culture. So how do we call it? Do we call it beignet or donut? Many lengthy discussions on the topic. And unfortunately, French won. And in such context, often it's the number that, the strength of the numbers that that prevails. So French were stronger, and the entry is called is now donut. So There's also a very long section on Bang and its use here, and the representation, the presence of Bang, the donut, in Quebec culture. Then there are also control mechanisms that are handled by administrators. So they have a level of contribution that is higher. And they're here to make sure that the guidelines and the principles are correctly respected. They have access to everything that happens in background of the encyclopedia, so they can intervene in case of vandalism and modify the pages if necessary. In 2021, a study showed that around 50% of vandalism have a life expectancy of less than 100 seconds. So if you modify an article to write silly things in less than 5 seconds, in 90% of cases, it is eliminated. And around 90% are viewed, 90% of those vandalisms are viewed less than 100 times. So the tools developed by Wikimedia to ensure the reliability of the encyclopedia are quite good. They're working pretty well. Then you have many indicators for reliability indicators to recognize if it's a sound article. Now, Wikipedia is not the source. The source is at the bottom of the article, so the presence of the sources is the credibility and the relevance of the sources is the first sign to see whether an article is sound and valid or not. Then the number of contributors. The more contributors there is in an article, the more reliable it is. And in some specific topics, like scientific topics, very specific, we have less contributors, so we need to be more careful and make sure that the sources are leading us to, well, the sources are confirming the reliability of the articles. Then discussions. Sometimes it's worth participating in discussions and deliberation. And the source of the contributors is also important, even though it's not always the case. You can be, for example, a new contributor and master your topic perfectly well and be as reliable as another contributor who's been there for a longer time. When Eric called me to come here to make the presentation, I thought of talking also the open source. Now, as I was working on my presentation, I went into AI as well, but I think this piece is also important, and it's also important to make a parallel between Koha and Wikimedia. Koha has been developed by a world community for librarians and users. The decisions are often made according to the needs expressed by the users, and it's the same thing for Wikimedia. So many converging objectives, large community of contributors, a lot of developers as well. So specialists in computers will be working on the coding, and the development is done through the community and open discussions and voting processes. As for you, there are many conferences, particular Wikimania, which is the major gathering of contributors, developers, computer experts, and it's this year was in Poland, and next year is going to take place in Kenya. And so that's the opportunity to discuss, to see how we can push the whole governance piece so that it evolves, but also the technological and technical piece of the Wikimedia platform is the topic of discussion and development. So anybody can contribute to Wikimedia by modifying existing content, modifying the pages or the codes, and that fosters a diversity of perspectives and input. Now, the theme this year is learning and building together. I was happy to read that because I'll talk much about the human piece in the next minute. So in such a project like the Wikimedia One, a human piece has to be at the heart of the project. And it's the same for Koha. It's a community mindset, spirit that allows this type of projects to happen and also to reach the objectives that we have set. So AI, that's really at the heart of our conferences and discussions. We even announced the death of encyclopedia like Wikimedia because of the advent of AI. Now, it's true that it takes a lot of space in our lives, in my work, also on a daily basis, how to tackle that artificial intelligence, but we still have other concerns in Wikimedia, even more important than AI. I'm thinking of disengagement of new generations that do not browse through the pages of Wikimedia and will often go and make their research on TikTok. But TikTok will never lead them to an encyclopedia like ours. Less and less visitors on Wikipedia or Wikimedia because some data on Wikipedia are, I hesitate to use the term, but that are stolen by Google. And so you have a box on your right when you do a search, and often you will find the information you need on that box when you Google the information. So instead of going to Wikipedia, you go and access directly what you're looking for, because Google feeds you. And Google generally went to steal that information in one of the pages of Wikipedia. Now, if there was a generative artificial intelligence system that could, on its own, write all the information contained in Wikipedia, would it be the same as Wikipedia today? It's kind of a philosophical question, but having said that, it's important to ask ourselves that question, knowing that what I often call during the presentation, the large language models, knowing that those systems are now able and designed to imitate the human responses. So we know that for those systems, it's easy to produce a text that seems to come from Wikipedia. Having said that, it's not perfect yet. There's still some room for progress for ChatGPT to be able to produce a text, to generate a text that can be integrated in Wikipedia according to our standards. Now, go back to the question, the answer is no. And at Wikimedia, we believe that nothing can fully replace the human being. And the human piece has to be at the heart of all decisions that we make. The process of open creation of knowledge has been existing for a long time, and it's about 1,000 volunteers who have been shaped Wikipedia and the other projects that we have for the last 20 years. Wikipedia has safe or sure information and reliable information because they are validated by people, by humans. So without the person, without a human being, a movement like Wikipedia wouldn't be able to survive, to exist. So we use AI. We've been using AI in Wikipedia for years. There are robots that will modify some articles and add a comma or eliminate an extra space, because that work can be done by robots. Robots are also trained to screen for vandals. So if there's somebody who perceives that the article, if the robot sees that the article might have been vandalized, well then we will check if that's the case or not. So for us, AI has to be used by human and we can rely on it, but it's not the other way around. Then there are many challenges in systems like ChatGPT, for example. Data that are conveyed by those systems are not validated by source, not validated. You must have heard of a lawyer, US lawyer, who was presenting some documents that were generated by ChatGPT during a trial, and there's no way to validate what ChatGPT was producing, basically. We also know that output from large language models isn't currently fact-checked. So we have to put that production in contact with the knowledge, matching it. But the content of the research sometimes is not accessible. The information that are in other languages, apart from English, are hardly accessible as database for ChatGPT. So such a system cannot have access to this type of information. So the data that are used can amplify inequalities and biases existing in several fields because the system, ChatGPT, doesn't have access to the whole bulk of knowledge. And there will always be a bias because it is tapping on a limited volume of information. Last interesting piece, there was a study carried out by Oxford University in collaboration with Cambridge University, focusing on model collapse syndrome. It was demonstrated in this type of review that a large LLM throughout its life will be generating data and answers to questions. But if we do not tell the system that those answers are wrong, sometimes it will take for granted that what it's saying is true. However, the new generation of models are always born according to the previous model. So according to data that are sort of polluted. So when ChatGPT is answering to us something that is false, wrong, we call it polluted. So those systems learn from those data as well. And this leads to eventually what the researchers call model collapse. So reality is wrongly perceived as a matter of fact. And eventually they forget what they had learned, and it kind of corrupts the system and leads to what the experts called model collapse. So at Wikimedia Canada and in the foundation, we are in agreement with the artificial intelligence model, but not at any price. Last year, we launched a campaign, Knowledge is Human, to remind that behind the machine, there's also the human being. And we have adopted some Wikimedia main principles about AI in order to better manage and see how we can better work in a world with AI to use it as a tool and not as a replacement to human. First principle, sustainability. We know it was demonstrated proved that the technology of generative AI can have an impact on the motivation to create new bulk of knowledge. We see that when it comes to creating new knowledge, a lot of people believe that eventually we can simply rely on ChatGPT to do the work at our place. And we, at Wikimedia, in order to encourage the largest number of persons to contribute, we believe that that LLM should support human participation and even foster it in order to create a larger bulk of knowledge. So again, we're talking of not replacing human being, but accompanying him for long-term development. We also talk about equity. Systems do not have access at any kind of knowledge, so eventually we should be able to introduce a balance that won't disrupt the information or the building of knowledge. So we don't want it to be dominated by Anglo-Saxon world, for example, Anglophone world, or we want to promote a better balance between the different types of knowledge. So equity is a second principle, and transparency is also an important principle. So allow the human who's asking the question to the system to understand the source, to validate it, and eventually to correct it, the way we do for Wikipedia as an encyclopedia. If you consult, if you browse Wikipedia, you find a mistake, you have the chance to correct it. So we would like it to be functioning that same way, so transparency. So allowing the users to assess the biases that might appear in the results. In that way, the contributors can participate in better quality for the outcome, for the data eventually. We have an interesting project based on AI. It's not really original. It's a translation project that is called MINT project. So that project is relying on translation, on automated translation models coming from the open source. So the way we developed the system is that we collaborated with other automated translation system, and we created machine and translation system to focus on the improvement for translation in rare languages. So even ChatGPT today can make translations that are pretty good in the main languages. But when you're looking for more rare languages, it's more challenging. So this project is covering 200 languages. And since the advent of MINT, 2003, we see that there are more and more translations done on the pages of Wikipedia. So it means that there are contributors that will focus on those projects, those type of projects. And we see here that there are more and more monthly translations, more than that there used to be in the past. Now, I wanted to look at the libraries aspect as well, knowing that I have before me developers, but also librarians. So it is possible to enrich the quality and the accessibility of information by strengthening also the links between the community and the resources, the connection between the two. So at Wikimedia Canada, we work with galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, the GLAM, and we collaborate much with the librarians. We believe that they have an essential role in the maintenance of such an encyclopedia like Wikipedia. And as we want to ensure its reliability, it takes human actions. And we cannot rely on machines like AI. So libraries have a broad variety of resources, and by contributing to Wikipedia, they can offer reliable references and quality content. Librarians can also organize in your institutions, for example, workshops to raise the awareness of the people to Wikimedia projects, teaching how to contribute and use efficiently the platforms. Thanks to your expertise in information management, you can also improve the indexation in the projects and the content on Wikimedia by making the information more accessible. You can also help contributors by giving advices about the sources. It's always important to go back to the sources and how to use references as well. And with your knowledge on copyright and licenses, you can also make sure that the content added in Wikimedia is abiding by the regulations. That's a very interesting tool that you have access to, which is the Wikipedia library. More than 100, the best database in the world with content in 34 languages, available for all Wikimedians who are qualified. Now, qualified because you need to work a little bit to have access to the Wikipedia library. You need to have accumulated more than 500 modifications. So modifying a comma or a dot in an article is also a contribution. You need to have contributed during more than 6 months, more than, I think, 10 contributions per month, and no record of vandalism or having been blocked by an administrator for different reasons. Now, One Lib, One Ref campaign, so one book, one reference. It's a campaign that encourages librarians to share their knowledge by adding references that are not quoted. So often in the articles of Wikimedia, you'll see a banner indicating that there's a problem of source in the article. So what we want with that campaign is to encourage the librarian community to come and add references in the articles. So the campaign is launched from January 15 to February 15. No matter where you are in the world, you can participate in that campaign. Have 3 prizes. One to go to participate to the New York convention in fall 2025. That's one of the prizes. All is covered. Housing and traveling and participation expenses are covered. And we also organize 2 workshops to learn how to contribute before the competition. One workshop in English and the other one in French.
This is everything. I'm done with my presentation for today. I'd like to thank Eric for inviting me to open KohaCon today. I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker in the room is not using a microphone.
If anybody has questions, so just a quick remember that there's a French microphone there and an English one on the other side. Olivier?
A question that was asked online relating to the relationship between Wikimedia and Google, you mentioned briefly. I'm not sure of the word that was used, that Google was very free with its uses of the data from Wikimedia. And there's an article on Wikipedia that talks about an agreement between Wikimedia and Google. Did Google go out of bounds with the agreement, or did it uphold the agreement? Yeah, there's an agreement with Google, a standing agreement. They're upholding the agreement. Now, that being said, we're really happy and proud of this agreement, but we would prefer that for the Google to really promote Wikimedia pages. No, they're upholding the agreement. We're just trying to find solutions to stop the decline of the access of Wikimedia pages. If we need more info, of course, people need to look elsewhere. But it is possible to search on Wikimedia. Yeah, there is an agreement, standing agreement. Thank you. Any other questions?
All right. English one. Thank you a lot, Louis, for your presentation. I have a little gift for you. Sorry. For being one of our presenters. Thank you very, very much. I think it's really appreciated. And thanks to Louis.
It's as if we were in college. No one is sitting in the front. We will take a 30-minute break, maybe 25 minutes. So there are refreshments being served on the upper floor. And for those of you who are online, we'll be back in a few moments. I hope you had a good break. We have our second speaker of the day, who will be speaking to us remotely. I'm just checking if this works well. Let's welcome Amerigo, which administrator at BUAC, Amaury. It's a university in France. Am I right? Almost. Hello, everyone. I give you the floor. Hello, everyone. Today, I'm not the functional administrator at BUAC. I changed position at the beginning of the month, but I still work at BUAC, which is a library of language and civilization. I develop open source software, but I haven't developed much anything. So I'm going to be talking about preservation. And I'm going to give you a bit of context of what happens here at the BUAC, which is the library. So why did we need a preservation model? So it was because there was a need at the library. I'll be discussing as well the practices. And what we needed to change, or what will change for our colleagues. Unfortunately, we haven't fully implemented this module. And why did we need a preservation module? This building that you see, it's a civilization and language hub. There are two. So we have building for language and civilization, a very old building. For Eastern language and civilization, it used to bear another name. And then, so we focus on aerial study outside of Western Europe, so China, Middle East, South Africa, like several areas of the world, and also the Americas. We have about 120 agents and 6 million copies. So 60 kilometers of collection. So BUAC is a research library, but our mission is mostly about preservation. And contrarily to public libraries that would need the latest publications, and after the copies of the book have been used or torn up, they can throw away these books or documents that cannot be used anymore. But this is not what happens at the BUAC. We try to preserve the documents. So we take documents on aerial studies, and we want to keep them forever. And we need that the readers and the researcher, we need them to be preserved for hundreds of years. And it requires very specific practices. To that end, all the documents need to go through a preservation workshop. And it is at the center. Every document needs to go through this at BUAC. Namely, documents that we receive from donation, documents that were damaged will go through this preservation workshop. I've translated a bit. Please, I apologize if it's not right terminology. So I'm not a librarian, and I'm not either an IT specialist. So there's one process that we focus on. It's sending it to the book binder. And even though we do some internal repairs that we need to follow up on, that workshop, there's 6 people working in this workshop daily. Every year. Before COVID, we would send about 6,000 documents to the book binder. And after COVID, 3,000 to 4,000. There's been a decrease, but there's still a lot of work to be done on these documents. So this is the kind of process that we may use. We have different kind of books or documents, just to give you an idea. Here we have a book with a robust cardboard binding with a good gluing technique. So we don't need to process it, but it still needs to be sent to the workshop, and then it could be sent back to the library so a reader can have access to it. And then we find another book with a robust cardboard binding, but this one has a book jacket. So this is the paper that's on top of the book cover where you can find some information. Well, we don't throw them away, and we keep them forever. And because we need them forever, we need to do something specific. So we will cover the gluing of the book jacket. We'll make sure to glue on a robust cardboard binding that piece of paper that's on top of the book jacket. I'll show you an example of what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it on properly, but here I have a book on which it has been consolidated. Okay, you won't see much. And we've added something on top of it to be able to preserve the book jacket properly. And we have some documents that are fragile that will require a consolidation. We will remove, and in English, we will remove the body of the book, and we will consolidate. We'll remove the book cover and glue a new cardboard cover. And then we have bigger documents, and we will need to cut off the book spine, and we will need to do a mechanical book binding, and this is what it looks like. It is a huge book, and you can see that the original book cover is here, and that's what we add on top. Please let me know if you can't see properly. So this is the kind of processes that we use. And we have 5 or 6 agents who process these documents. And we use a lot of the Koha modules at the Koha. And there's a very short length of time before we send it to the book binder. It's impossible to know. We sent approximately 8 trains. Oh, I didn't include a picture of the train. I'll show it to you later. So 8 trains per month. And each train, there is a file with about a dozen columns, and all the and all the statistical work is done by hand. Whereas if we had all this information available in Koha, it would be simpler. So this is the kind of file that we can use. I will tell you more about the preservation model. Welcome in Koha, in case you don't know Koha. And we were going to go in the preservation module. You need to activate it. And once you're in the preservation module, we go into the settings. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please let me know. I'm sorry, this was inaudible for the interpreter. As soon as a document is sent through the preservation process, that information needs to be put it in Koha so that the readers know that the book is not available. So the readers need to be aware that the document is not available because it's being sent to the preservation process. And there's one default status. As soon as the document is added to the preservation model, it's no longer available and its status changes. We have here processings that we'll need to create. And you can create a new process, and there'll be different settings to add. You can pick a name. I'm sorry, this was inaudible for the interpreter. And I'll show you exactly what it looks like. This was just the demo. Let's go inside a file. You can add whatever you would like, either predefined authorized values or something from the database. We didn't have access to the mark because it adds a certain degree of difficulty. The database, authorized value, and free text. So there are a lot of attributes, and I can add another one. For example, we want editing. And there are 3 authorized values. Here we're going to choose from the database column, and we're going to choose pace of publication. We can pick just anything. Okay, this needs to be saved, and then we're good. And we have trains, the second thing. Beforehand, we need to create some trains. I created a train for the KohaCon24. You just need to click on New Train. You can name it. We will name it Live Test for KohaCon24. And you can change the type of process. It will be an internal process and the default process. Why do you need to pick this? And you'll be adding a document to this train. You'll be able to change all the values that are linked to the attributes that you had set in, that you're selected in the settings. Let me show you the wait list because we need to add documents. In the wait list, their documents on hold. I think the wait list was chosen during the development specifications. We receive a lot of books, and these documents are not sorted well. We don't do a lot of sorting through. There are a lot of notices that are made up because we purchase documents from all over the world that are not part of any database, so we need to create them. And we need to know if these documents, for example, from Asian documents, and if everything that we need for the preservation process come out well in the documents. So of course we need to put them on a waiting list, because if we add them to trains, and when we're some information lacking, it's very costly for the BUAC, because we're paying for a process that cannot be done, and then it will need to be sent back. So we put it on a waiting list to make sure that everything is up to par before we send it. To add a document, for example, I will add this document, and we will add a second one. Since we're here at the Koha, I wanted to do things well. I have a document about programmation, rather programming. So I've added two things: programming and the keys to the Chinese character. Or we can leave it like this, and we know that these are proper documents, and we can then add them to the train, a train for KohaCon24. And then we'll be able to start editing the documents. And if you're sending several documents at a time, all the data from the database will not be edited right away. They will be updated after, because we have two different documents. The rest of the information that is common to these two documents, I'm picking author's name randomly. We have all the processes. So we're talking about book binding. So there are several processes that are particular to BUAC that we'll be able to add. And once they're added, we're here in the train for KohaCon24 with the two documents that are here. What you need to know, the data that appear here can be modified. And when we edit the document, the database, we have the author here. There's still some space, but if on the binding there's not enough space, we're not gonna write the full name, and we save it. This is the information that will appear here. And what are the benefits? We have titles that are extremely long. I'm going to give you an example right away. Let's add one item, this one. Let's go back to the wait list. I'm going to add one document, in Japanese language. As you can see, there's a long title, and the author's name is unbearable, almost. Can you imagine someone who tries to read this? They would certainly panic. It's really not pleasant. We need to be able to edit this information. It's not going to edit the database. It will just we'll just edit this form here, what can be found in a preservation table. And we'll be able to keep this information. For example, and since it cannot read Japanese, we're just going to leave it as is. It's part of the development that we have done. And once it's done, you can print them. That you can send to your client, and then they can be edited with different tools. Let's go back to our train. And then we're going to close that train. And once we've closed it, it will add the closure date for the train and the date that it was sent. And if the train comes back, it's just to do a follow-up on the train, depending on the workflow. That's about it. If you have two different processing with items that need several processes, so you won't have a board, everything will be flattened. You'll be able to sell one train with different processes. This is it. And the home page, yes. Up to you to suggest what you'd like to add on this page.
So this preservation module is not in use yet. I just started in this position and I can't implement it right away. I'm still learning. We've had discussions with the developer that you know, Jonathan Dion. Great conversations. It helped us prioritize our needs. As you know, I did not work with libraries and librarians before, but you know, it's always the same. People sort of write letters to Santa Claus with all their needs, all their wishes. But with the developer, Jonathan, he helped us prioritize the needs. So we've had to make certain modifications. We've had to change the document journey. So we had certain documents that were never labeled, periodicals. Now we put a code bar on them as soon as they arrive at the library. We then send them to the bookbinding. You see here is preservation module. We will also have to change authorized value for those of you who do not know. In France and Italy, most libraries use Unimark. It is another format from bibliographic notice. And the documents are classified in what is called état. That's the authorized value. And we'll have to return them to the not loan, which is the system that will be used in most cases. So we still have to make a few modifications to adapt to the software using the best practices. Here's some Japanese, just to help you flex your brain muscles. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them. Thank you, Amaury. If you have questions, once again, the white microphone for questions in French and a red microphone for questions in English, please. Thank you very much, Amaury. I have a question. It's from the online comments. Can you tell us what's the system preference that needs to be activated? Yeah, I'm just going to show it to you. Images are much clearer. So you go in Preferences, you write Preservation, and then you can click on Preservation module. You have to make it accessible using the drop-down menu. You can also choose what are the authorized values. Also very important, the Preservation module needs authorization. So your officers need authorization to access it. So it's just one authorization, and then they just have access to it. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Amaury. It's a pleasure to have you with us, even though you're online. Unfortunately, you couldn't be here. Maybe next time. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Enjoy Montreal, everyone.
One, two, okay. I will now switch in English for our next presentation. I think they're trying to... Are you ready? Yes? Okay. Our next presentation will be about the ultimate guide of the new booking system. So, do they have a problem with the presentation, or? Oh, yeah. So we just, okay, is that one. So our next presenters are from multiple companies and organizations. I go with the one. Sorry, I have it here. So it's Jesse Zero from Bywater, Fiona from PTFS, and that's the other one that I don't know, Rebecca from the Koha County Public Library. Please welcome them.
Hello, everyone. We are here to talk to you today about the future bookings module in Koha. My name is Jessie Zarrow. I'm the Director of Library Sales and Outreach at Bywater Solutions. I've been working with Koha for about 9 years, and we're excited to talk to you today.
Hi everyone, I'm Fiona Borthwick. I'm Head of Sales and Account Management at PTFS Europe, and I've worked for the company for about 13 years now, and I am a qualified librarian myself.
And I'm Rebecca Rinaldo. I'm the Literacy and Learning Director for the Kyoga County Public Library in the States.
Today we are going to talk to you about the background and history of the Koha bookings module and how it came about. We'll talk a little bit about the development side on both PTFS Europe and Bywater Solutions and working with our libraries. We'll do a little live demonstration on how it works. We'll talk about future developments and then open it up for questions.
Great, thank you. So I'm starting off. So yeah, I'm going to start by talking about what bookings are and why they were developed, and obviously then I'm going to talk about some use cases in the UK. So the screenshot here is just we've got a whole load of books, and a user wants to be able to book an item in advance, but for a particular time. And the image on the right-hand side is like your old-fashioned, you know, noting down when somebody wants to borrow something for exact periods of time. So the bookings module in Koha is just automating that process. So, thank you. Okay, so on the right-hand side here, we have a visual of the bookings module, and Becca's going to take you through that in more detail shortly. But in Koha, you've got to have an item record to be able to place a booking on it. So every record, whatever it wants to be bookable, has to have a corresponding item record. And an item can be anything at all. So as we'll be seeing today, it can be for booking your simple printed material books, but it can also be used for booking things like equipment and some room hires and everything, as long as it's got a corresponding item record. So obviously, to have an item record, you do need to have a catalogue record as well. So it can be catalogued in any way, as long as it's got an item record that can be bookable, and we'll be showing you how to make that bookable in just a little while. So we're often asked, well, what's the difference between a hold, as we know holds in Koha, and a booking? And the difference simply is that a hold is a waiting list. You put your name down on, you want to borrow a book, you put your name down on that list, and then when it's your turn, you will get that book. Whereas a booking is far more specific. So it's saying, I want to borrow this item, whether it's a book, or it's a room hire, or it's a piece of equipment. I want to book it at a particular date, and I want to keep it for X amount of time. So it's a very, very different use case. And with a hold, the length of time you get to keep that for is determined upon the loan period of that book. But with a booking, it's the loan period essentially is the booking period. So why is it useful? Well, it allows the library staff to create the bookings on behalf of the users. Currently, it is only staff driven, but in most cases that works really well. Hopefully, we'll explain that shortly. It makes sure that the item is available to the user exactly when they need it and for how long that they need it for. Because it's all built into the standard functionality, nobody can borrow the material during that booked period. And if they try to borrow it just before the bookable period, they are prevented. They get a message as well saying that it's got a booking on it, and therefore it can't just go through normal circulation. There's a bookings to collect report that's on the circulation area, and it lists all the bookings that are on the system, and you can filter by the date range, so you can be very specific, so you can grab the material as relevant off the shelves when you need to. And when you go in to have a look at a catalogue record, if it's got a booking attached to it, you've got the bookings option on the left-hand side now. It'll tell you how many bookings there are, and it will list out who has that item booked and when for. And staff, library staff can edit those bookings accordingly to change date ranges and so on. And you've got a wee slidable calendar as well, as you'll see shortly too. So a little bit about its history, why it was developed and when. So it's something that has been talked about for quite a long time, but there's maybe been no particular appetite in the community to develop it. A lot of our competitors haven't, had sort of booking type modules, and certainly a lot of my customers in the public libraries I look after were looking for that type of functionality. So at PTFS Europe, we did win a contract a few years ago there for a schools library service, and this was a key requirement. So everything that had been spoken about for a while suddenly had to be developed. So our head of development, Martin, who is in the audience today, started this development back in about 2021. It became quite apparent really quite quickly that our customer had very, very bespoke needs for this functionality. And whilst that started the foundations for the development, we realised that actually it wasn't fitting into Koha as we would want it to. So it kind of branched out a little bit more, and that's where Cuyahoga County libraries came in and really sort of helped to get a minimum viable product across the line. So huge thanks to them. And in the UK as well, we had been working with one of our healthcare libraries, which I'm going to talk to you about in just a moment. And they also helped from the UK perspective to sort of firm up some of the requirements and make it a little bit more community friendly. So time-wise, we had that community bug there, 29002, which is the original bug for this development. Work started by Martin and the team in 2021, and bookings in its standard functionality, its first pass was in the 2311 release. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more at the end about what's coming in the next release, but from 2311 the bookings functionality was there. So a wee bit about how it's been used in the UK. I mentioned we had a healthcare library that we were working with to help with the development. We work with a lot of health libraries in the UK, a lot of hospital libraries, and one of our customers in the Yorkshire Humber area, so that is sort of northish England. It's south to me because I'm Scottish, but it's north of England, for anybody in geography. They're heavy users of it, and one of their libraries in particular, Bradford District Care Trust, BDCT, use it extensively. So I thought it was a good use case example just to talk about how they use it and the difference that the bookings makes to them. So within our NHS libraries, within the region, this Yorkshire Humber area, they as a consortium, so they share all their resources, so all their books can travel between the different libraries to satisfy reservations and such like. However, there are some pieces of material that the Bradford District Care Trust use that can't go around about the consortia. They have a lot of health promotion material, so those are things like teaching packs, models, lots of different other equipment, posters, etc., that have to be used to promote their health resources. And they've got a health promotions team who sign up to conferences and events and training courses and such like, and they want to have these resources available to them for these scheduled events. So these particular pieces of material can be booked by the people for the time that they want it, and that's where the bookings module is very, very useful. So what happens is, in this particular use case, is that the library puts a note against the item record that says this material, this model or this poster, for example, can only be used by users within that library environment. So it's a visual to anybody looking at the OPAC catalogue to just say they can't actually place a reservation on it or they can't borrow it. Only users at that particular library can. But the nature of the service is that the people like to be quite interactive with the resources, so they like to come in, they like to pick up the models, they like to have a look at the posters before deciding that those are the ones that they want to take away to the event with them. So for this particular library, the fact that the bookings functionality is staff side only works perfectly for them, because the people come in, they look at what they want to borrow, and then they say to the library staff that they want to book it for a particular period of time. The calendar view is very, very useful for this library. They can immediately see all their booked items at a glance, but they do also have a custom report that they put a link to on their homepage that will list down all the booked material, and I am talking like hundreds of resources that they've got booked each time, and they can filter by library, obviously. And why this is important to them specifically is that it helps them to manage the health promotion resources very, very effectively and efficiently, because they've got a high turnover of these resources coming in and out of the library. So to ensure that people have them when they need them, they use the bookings functionality. And just to finish up from me at the moment, Some of our libraries are exploring the use of the bookings functionality for other things, so things like room hires, booking of technical equipment like cameras, laptops, etc. But also, we've had people saying, well, wouldn't it be really useful actually if we just opened up bookings functionality as an alternative to holds? So if people want a particular travel guide at a time that they're going on holiday, they can book it for that time, rather than putting a reservation on it, getting it months in advance, or it not getting to the top of the waiting list in time. So we talk to the libraries a lot about potential use cases, so we can really see this taking off in the UK. And I'm going to stop there just now and pass to Jessie.
Okay, so in November of 2022, Cuyahoga County Public Library System contracted to work with Bywater Solutions on moving to Koha and Aspen Discovery. And one of the decisions that they made was there was a few things that they wanted to enable in Koha that they didn't have or wanted to change within their current system, which was Sierra, which is an Innovative Interfaces ILS that they moved from. So after they gave us the word, a few members of Bywater Solutions staff went on site to conduct a scoping study where we analyzed their workflows, we traveled around the branches, and we talked to their staff about what they were doing. That took place between December 6th and 8th. We got to meet with Becky and her team for the Literacy and Learning department, where they talked to us a lot about what they do for teachers and educators, and moving kits around the system so they can take those to their classes. They also had another need for book discussion kits, where patrons would be allowed to essentially check out a large number of items to have their own book discussion. So we gave the recommendation that we needed to coordinate some of this data for them to do booking. We saw the bug that was available for 29002 and that there was some development in there, so we contacted PTFS Europe to talk about what we could do to make that happen. A little bit more about the scoping study and kind of how we looked at what they were doing. So we went to 3 different branches, Parma Snow, Solon, and Bedford. So we could see actually the work that the librarians were doing. So this was during open hours. We could watch them process holds. We could see them print off slips. And this was really crucial for the process, not only for the development of the bookings feature, but also to see how they were processing holds and printing off slips and things like that. It also gave us a really good hands-on experience, so we could tour their administration, do meet and greet with staff, but also understand what the need was for this ability to book items ahead of time. We could see there was, areas where they had kept all of this material and then working directly with the patrons itself. We came up with a list of use cases that would be helpful for them to work with. So this was pretty crucial to pass this information back to the developers. The first example was a staff person books laptops for a recurring program. So, think about whether you're working hands-on for technical expertise or whatever it may be. This would allow staff to, in advance, say, I'm having a program in November and I'm going to need 15 laptops for that event. This would allow to book them in that period of time, whether it's 3, 4, 5 months out, and be able to book for a specific time. The second example was an educator or a teacher, professor, faculty member needs a book or box of material. In this example, we used weather, where they could take that for a teaching unit. So again, let's say I knew I was planning out my course or my material. That class would be taking place in, let's say, late September, and I needed a list of all of this material. The team could create a kit or a box, and then the teacher could come in and pick that material up. The third example was, again, a teacher or an educator wants to teach on a specific title or a book, and then preparing all of those for a specific date and time. So they could either do one or multiple bookings within the system. So now we have 3 use cases that we could take back to the developers as we were expanding the existing development that was there. Now I'm going to pass it over to Becky to talk a little bit more about their needs at Cuyahoga.
Sure. Thanks, Jessie. So I think it's important to quickly go over a little bit about the library, first of all. I'm the Literacy and Learning Director, and I'm over our programming division. So all programs that happen in our branches from birth through senior age run through my division and my team there. And we do everything from offering the programs, finding programmers, to providing logistics and supplies for those programs. And so the booking module really deals with those logistics and supplies for us. We are one of the largest and busiest systems in the United States, and we are in Ohio, and we have 27 branches. And I really want to mention the branch piece, because for us, a big piece of how this module works involves getting things from our administration building out to those branches in the time that they need to. So that's been, I think, a piece of the complications that we'll talk about here in a bit. So for my team, Jessie mentioned that we had some older ways of doing things. And we had things that were very specific needs on what we were going to need to see here, and then we had things that we were very open to changing. One of those would be, I'll say, our book discussion sets and the way that we handled those. At the time of our scoping study, we went into our process for book discussion sets, and no one in our organization could explain it in a way that they could grasp it. And so we decided that this was really one of those, it was really a process that we needed to change, because we couldn't even tell you how it worked and why it worked that way. So Jessie also mentioned that we'd been using a module from Innovative Interfaces in Sierra. It was a module that we co-opted 20 years ago when we moved to Sierra. I think it was an old calendaring module, so it was not built for this. It worked okay, but most of the time, I think what staff would tell you and what my team would tell you is that it was just mostly frustrating. It got things where it needed to go, but it didn't do a very good job of it. And so we were really looking for a solution that was built to do what we needed it to do. This was important for us not only for what we currently had in place around working with the materials that we had and getting them out to our customers and to our staff, but also because we knew we had some pieces coming, and I'll talk about those, that we would need to be able to accommodate. For the beginning part, though, we have bookable equipment, like Jessie talked about in one of our use cases. And really, the bulk of what we do is for staff. So it's either laptops, like we mentioned, or, here's a kit of 20 makey-makeys for your summer program for kids, or here's a bucket of Legos, things like that. There are some pictures of our storeroom. It is literally a storeroom, so it's as exciting as it looks, but it is packed full of items and different kits of things. There also are a surprisingly large number of boxes of puppets that are in this collection that our teachers, that our staff use for story times and children's programs. And so we call those program support. The majority of what's in this collection is either program support for our staff or bookable equipment. And so that will be booked on a very specific timeline. I'm offering this program on September the 25th, and I need to have these materials there to do it during that time. But then we also have what we call curriculum support, and those are for teachers to book, teachers in the area to book that, and they take it out for 3 weeks at a time, use it, bring it back. Hopefully it meets their needs whenever they're teaching whatever curriculum module it pertains to, and that was one of our use cases. And then finally, we do youth book discussions. I know I mentioned our book discussion process was kind of complicated. We have actually moved to a completely different process for book discussions for adults that seems to be working well. But for youth book discussions, we have teachers that do something very similar to using a classroom support set, where they would take out 15 books and give them to their class for a certain amount of time for reading. And so they can utilize those youth book discussion kits for that. Some of the pieces that were fixed for us, let's go with fixed up here first, was that we have prep time and shipping. So that's probably the most challenging piece of this process for us, and one that I think we're still working on some in the development. For us, we need a certain number of days to go through, make sure all of the pieces are in a particular kit, make sure it's ready to go, and then for our shipping department to get that out to the branch that needs it, or to the staff that needs it. And so because everything is processed and begins and ends at our administration building, we're not flexible on those times. We've really kind of gotten it down to a science that we need 2 days on either end of a booking to ensure that we can get everything in the right order with the right components out to each branch. Often, our staff want something longer and they want to send it directly to the next place. What we have learned from that process, though, is that they aren't the best colleagues when it comes to getting everything back in the box the way it should be and in working order for their fellow staff. And so we really need for something to come back to our administration building to be checked over, to be fixed in a lot of cases, or for us to go back out and ask for someone to send us all the pieces that they didn't include before we send it on to the next booking. And that shipping time is pretty fixed for us too, because we have a shipping department that transfers all of our materials out to our different locations. We need to be able to give them 2 days to just logistically get everything through the process. We have different circ rules for different things. Staff can check things out for a day in most cases because they only need it for a day. The public can check things out for 3 weeks. And so we needed to be able to attach particular items or types of kits to particular circ rules. Let's see, we have circ with existing kits. I don't even remember what that means, so I'm gonna go over that one. It's a wide variety of materials. It's, like I said, everything from puppets to laptops to I don't know, there's a bunch of weird things in there. I've been trying to get them to weed it like crazy. Book discussions, we mentioned, are different. And then staff only is a really different monster for us. Our staff are able to see a lot more things in this collection than the public are able to see. And actually, this is also, I should mention, like Fiona said, this is all staff moderated booking right now. Our ultimate goal is that the public will be able to book kits directly, at least things that are publicly viewable by them, will be able to view those, book those directly from Aspen in the future. But for right now, it is all staff moderated, and so our staff need to place a booking for, say, teachers or someone else who might want to use our collections. Okay.
So the first pass, we set up a sandbox site so we could demo for Cuyahoga the current development that was there, and we came up with a list of features after that first pass of what they would like to see. The first big thing was the prep time. So as Becky said, when material comes back or we're preparing a kit, they needed a little bit of time before the items went out and then after they came back. So what we used to refer to as warm-up and cool-down times, that would give them time to prepare before the items would go out, and then some time afterwards so they could reconnect, make sure all the items are in there, and reorganize. The second thing would be to add the name of the individual on the booking page. Originally it would say booking 1 or booking 2 or booking 3. By showing the name of the individual, it would make it easier to identify if it was going to, you know, a staff member or a patron, or being used for an event. The second option would be to add a pickup location, which would give a little more flexibility to know, like, this needed to be shipped to a particular branch or another location within the system. Becky mentioned this one as well, is having the bookings limit to circ rules and tie that into circ within the system. And then finally, add the ability to have a formatted option like we do when we print off our hold slips, but being able to print something off that says this is where it's going, that they could either attach it to the kit or the book discussion list in the system. I want to talk a lot about the collaboration and the community effort that we had with this. I remember last year when we were in KohaCon in Helsinki, Finland, we sat down with Caroline to talk about this bug because she had just tested the patch. And we also sat down with Martin and talked about this. And I want to give just a big shout out to Nick and Martin both, because they were able to work and listen to all of our ideas and feedback about what we wanted to see with this. And I think that's really the successful part of this whole development, was being able to listen to what the libraries were doing so they could give real examples and come to like a common ground to get it into the 2311 release. Okay, so now we're going to attempt a demonstration of what this looks like in the Koha staff interface. So right now, it does just happen on the staff side. So Becky will walk us through what that looks like, making an item bookable. We'll pull up and show what the bookings looks like. So when you're enabling the booking and then making a booking for an individual within the system. And we'll go through the whole process. So give us a second here, we'll log in, and then we'll go through.
All right, we're going to do this part on the fly, so bear with us. Jesse's going to make something bookable and then do it. We neglected to consider the fact that our system is IP-based, and so that wasn't going to work from here. So while she's doing that, I'm actually going to talk a little bit. I think there were some questions, and good questions, that came up from the developers while we were talking about how we wanted this to work. And some of it was, do they have to be these kit things that you have, or can you just put things together on the fly? And while I think it would have been a lot more efficient to put things together on the fly, there was only so much change our staff were going to be able to endure, and that was well beyond it. Let's think other things. Well, the shipping time definitely has been, I think, a challenge here for our folks. But other things that, oh, look, you're in there. Great. And so Jesse's going to demonstrate right now what it looks like. She's obviously going up to place a booking. So there's an option there, and I noticed Jesse chose any item. We tend to use the specific item. It does not, for our collection and the way that our staff like to work around their rules on things, it worked best if we chose the specific item. But I'm sure for certain libraries, it would make more sense to just make it the next available item. And there's your booking. It is that easy. And actually, this next time through, I will linger on the calendar a bit here, Jesse. You can see it only has certain dates available. That's right, and it actually blocks out those other times. So she could not place a booking on that particular item because it's already checked out. And here, yeah. And you can see those, actually, Jesse, if you go back to the calendar, those yellow on either side of the booking are really those warm-up or cool-down periods, what we would call our prep time there. Perfect. And now it shows, one of those changes that Jesse mentioned is that it shows in the table with the name. That's really helpful to my staff so they can tell which booking. It was numbered before, which made sense, but for my team, knowing which booking they're working on and where it's going and who kind of it's attached to without having to do a lot of background digging is really useful. There is a report, a custom report that was built for us that my team pulls every day. And they have a sense of what's coming. They actually pull it twice a day for an idea. They can prep things ahead of time. Our daily amount of things that go through this, on Mondays and Tuesdays, it's usually in the hundreds of things that we send out, and then there's a lull in the middle of the week. Our shipping department does not take anything out on the weekends either, so we have this one kind of these blocks of time where we have to get a lot ready, and usually that's the beginning of the week and then the last days of the week we prep. All right. I think that was successful. Thank you.
So that's where it is for now, but just to finish up with a few slides, I'm going to tell you about things that have happened since and new things that you can look out for. So it is still relatively new functionality. You can see in the middle of this monster of a diagram, the bug 29002, which was the bug that I mentioned at the start, where the functionality development originated from, and it's branched out into, well, it could do this and it could do that, and this, you know, to get there we need to do this, and yeah, there's a lot of work still going on. So we're continuing to add and grow the bookings functionality. And one other thing that needs to be done, if anybody would like to volunteer, is we do still need it documented for the Koha manual, so that part is still to be added as well. But just to highlight some of the changes to look out for, Martin has got a board that I put the link to at the bottom there that anybody can access from the community. And it just filters off what we have in terms of our bookings enhancements, and you can see what's currently been signed off, what's been pushed to master, and what's still to come, and so on. So if anybody's interested in having a look in more detail at the new functionality that's coming, all the bugs are listed there, if you don't want to have to go through that Bugzilla tree. But just to highlight some specifics, some of the further development is being driven by LMS Cloud in Germany, and Paul there is working with Martin to refine and progress some of the bugs. For example, they're looking at adding charges, so adding costs to bookings, and how to build that into the functionality. Also having fixed time slots as opposed to what Jessie was demoing, where we can sort of move the booking around. So the functionality to make that fixed is going to be coming as well. And this Kanban board here gives a visual of the overlapping work that's going on between LMS Cloud and some other developers as well. BibLibre, hello to you all here. They're also working on some bookings enhancements, and Cuyahoga County Public Libraries are continuing to help drive the future direction of bookings. And, you know, a lot of what Becky said is I'm about to just touch on here as well. Starting with the prep and clear up time. Becky mentioned that's really important for her staff because they need to be able to have that time to gather together the resources and at the other end to sort them out as well before they can be booked again. So when Jessie was putting her booking on, making it slightly longer to accommodate that time. But what we have now in bug 34440 is the ability to make that automatic, and you can see that in this is in the circulation rules page, so the default holds policies by item type area that's been there for a long time has now been added to, and you can see it's now got bookings policies in it as well, and you've got the booking preparation and the precaution, the cool down period there, and you can, as you can see, have different settings for each item type that you want to make bookable. So that's a really, really good feature and one that's going to be hugely useful to Becky and her team, but I know our libraries are really going to love that one as well. Just to show that in a bit more of a visual as well, this is the place booking model that we saw earlier in the demonstration, but it's been enhanced to include that warm up and cool down area. So you can see in the calendar now we've got more colour coding. So the pink indicates the sort of the preparation time, and the orange in this particular instance is like your cool down time, and that's been driven from the circulation rules, so the screen that I just showed you before. In addition to this screen as well, we've now got the extra fields for item type. So you can, this is an option, and it feeds into that this previous screen as well. So if you do want to include that, we need to know what item type you want to place your booking on to know which circulation rules to invoke for the cool, warm up and cool down periods. So that's a new feature on this module as well. And also we have the pickup. The pickup option there is driven by bug 36120, and that allows you to specify at the point of creating your booking where the user wants to pick up the material from. And this slide just gives a Bugzilla view, but also just some links to some of the other main bugs that we're working on currently. So things like the ability to create the bookings from the OPAC, because as we've said, it is only staff side at the moment. Looking to enhance the notices, so to be able to send the users your booking is now ready to collect notice in the same way that they get with their holds. Also looking to build into a little bit more of the configuration, so if a library is closed, then obviously the user shouldn't be allowed to place a booking on the day the library is closed, and so on. So there's a lot of work still to be done. What we're just showing you with the warm-up and cool down periods and the pickup library, that's all going to be in 2405 or 2411, and it's just going to continue to be developed as well. So that's us, I think, ladies. Yeah, don't know if anybody's got any questions at all.
This is really great. Have there been any use cases or plans for use cases of booking people, experts, social workers, healthcare workers, anything like that? And can you speak to that, please?
Not specifically yet, but one of our future pieces is around that. We've talked about how that might work, what it might look like in the catalog, and then kind of booking expertise from someone. Our spaces involve, we've got 8 places with maker spaces, and so not only is there equipment there in those places, but we'd also like kind of the idea of booking someone to work with during that time.
Yeah. Hi, this was from online. I think you already answered. They were asking if there was anybody using it for room reservation.
We don't use for room reservations, but I think it was one of yours.
Yeah. So we do have a lot of our libraries are looking for, they've got, so public libraries in particular have got room hire, and they would like ideally to put that into Koha and manage it that way. So I'm not aware of anybody doing it yet, but we're kind of making our customers aware of bookings, in fact, that they can do that. So some of them are pretty excited by being able to do so.
And it was a comment, was there any, for room reservation, was there any plan to like have hourly bookings? Because right now I think it's only for full day bookings, right? Yes, okay.
Martin, do you want to comment?
Yeah. So for the people online, the Martin said that it's coming.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Martin.
Hi. You showed a screen where it showed that default hold policy by item type and those two additional columns for the bookings feature. If a library is not using any bookings at all, are these going to be standard columns added to that section, or will these appear when items in their collections are enabled for booking, or what? How is that going to work? Yeah. Just as an educator, I'm wondering.
Martin, is it?
At the moment, they're always there, but it wouldn't be difficult to hide them. Okay. There's no bug yet for it, though, so I might just file that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I will also mention that since Nick and Martin are doing such a fantastic job of addressing our prep time issues, the number one thing that I hear from our staff, and I can't tell you how crazy it's starting to make me, is that they want to be able to see their bookings in their account, so they can see what they checked out. Our staff are, I don't think our staff are different than most libraries out there, but they really want to go in and look apparently every day to make sure that the things that they booked are still booked. And they call us instead. So we would love to have them be able to do that as a self-service feature.
Martin's just running to the mic for anybody wondering what the silence is about just now. We can see him running. He's going to comment on something.
So that would come under OPAC bookings, and Paul from LMS Cloud, I've been working with him on that. He's now exposed a lot of that functionality. Couldn't give you the bug number yet, but I'll probably be grabbing you and saying, can you test it soon? I'd also like to highlight that Theobald from BibLib has also been working on that, so that there's probably going to be a race to get that signed off and into the community ASAP.
You'll be my hero.
We've got a new question running.
I was just going to say, I think in the 2405 release, there is going to be a feature for, on the staff side, you can look at a patron account and see what bookings that patron has, in there, which is pretty cool.
See, I should have. Christy is our amazing ILS librarian, ever patient with our staff. So I should have just talked to her, but thank you.
How's the final product compared to what you had with the innovative interface?
Much better. First of all, you don't get all the way through the process, and the innovative process was much more cumbersome, and then it tells you that didn't work and just kicks you out of the system. So that alone is huge for our staff, but it's great. It really is. It's more efficient. A lot of this is workflow with my team, and they are a team that is very attached to workflow. So they're learning and getting more comfortable. But it is much more efficient, it is much faster, and it's working great, really.
Cool. And the development process itself?
Has been fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear that.
I mean, you should know, I think I was talking to Bob from Colorado earlier, When we've worked with the III process for so long, you work with their users group, you get all excited, and nothing ever happens. So I'd like to think that we're at least a little bit patient with the development process because we're just excited to see things happen.
Just another question. I was wondering, could be interesting for us because we borrow a laptop and we are using the curbside pickup module. And in the curbside pickup module, we can have odds that can be borrowed directly. So do you think that we can link curbside module and bookings?
Probably. I'd need to. I think we just need to have an understanding of the specification for it. I'm not close enough, not quite close enough to curbside collections to know how they'd work together. I do know in the UK we've been asked, could it link to SIP so that lapse-safe systems could be booked? So you could have your lapse-safe storage lockers, so they only allow the right booked person to open up the safe and get their laptop out. I have a feeling that will probably work, but I haven't seen it in the flesh yet. That might well kind of tie into how curbside collection could work as well.
Okay, if nobody's got any more questions, thank you very much, everybody.
Fiona. Thank you. Thank you.
A little gift.
That's so nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Very impressive because this is something that we were asked a lot also on our side. So it will be available in 2311. No, 2411. Yeah, thank you. So it's lunchtime, so you're on your own. On the program, if you go on the program, we have in the menu, we have suggestions of some restaurants over there. So we have until 1:30. So have a good lunch and see you this afternoon. Thank you. Hi, everybody. How was lunch? Good? You find something? Awesome. Just want to point out that we still have some merch also that you can buy. So the cap and the cup, which is amazing, actually. So we still have some that if you want to buy them. I was wondering maybe if the people who doesn't order a t-shirt, I may be able to order some additional one. So just tell someone at the one of our volunteer, or you can come to me also to tell me that. So because they're really nice. I don't know if you saw them upstairs, but yeah, I really like them. So this afternoon we are starting with the Hackfest. It's an event in Marseille. I know that Andrew will tell more about it. So what came from Marseille Hackfest? So help me to welcome Andrew Holt and Martin Renvois. Yeah, thank you. Give them a good hand of applause.
Thank you very much, Eric. So I'm Andrew Auld. I'm the commercial director at PTFS Europe. That basically means that I do commercial stuff. I talk to customers. I look after our health customers specifically, but I also have responsibility for Martin and his team of developers.
And I'm Martin Renvois. I'm Head of Development and Community Engagement. So that means I head up our little development team and try and talk to everybody. Am I too short? Serves me right for going with the tall guy.
Like that. Okay. Hopefully this will, yay. Anyone who's seen a presentation from me before knows that I like to put up photos of where I've been, and I'm particularly happy to put up this photo because Jonathan, the Managing Director of PTFS Europe, have enjoyed a holiday for the last week in the beautiful Canada, and specifically in Nova Scotia. And this was a photograph of wilderness kayaking in the Kejimkujik National Park in Nova Scotia, which I can thoroughly recommend, except there are bears on the islands, which makes it a bit scary. We didn't see any. Another thing that we did was go to the North American Museum of Hooked Rugs, which is a thing in Hubbards, Nova Scotia. And this is one of their beautiful works on display of the artists in that region, and from all over, actually. And this is a piece of art inspired by an indigenous artist, David Brooks, of Glooscap, who's one of the deities of the First Nation people, the Mi'kmaq people. And Glooscap had this purpose, did these things. And I kind of saw this and thought, well, that's kind of like Koha developers in a way. So they create a beautiful thing for librarians, arranging different features, giving HTML attributes their life in the code, and eliminating many monsters, bugs. So this presentation is about one of the ways that the developers get together and what happens as a result. And Hackfest is something that happens annually in Marseille, organized very well by Paul Poulain of Biblibre and his colleagues. And this was us in 2024 in Marseille. And it's very similar to KohaCon24 in that it's French-speaking, English-speaking. The sun shines. Well, it did for us for the first 7 days of being in Canada, and it's kind of rainy today, so we don't know what's happened there. And we talk a lot about Koha, and we talk a lot about advancing the code and moving things forward. So Martin and I are going to give you an update on what's happened since Hackfest. This is one of the fantastic tools that Paul has shepherded us with at the last Hackfest. Those of you who were there were familiar with this spreadsheet of huge complexity, which helped to get organized all the topics we wanted to discuss, and most importantly, actually organized fromage. So Tuesday is cheese day, and Paul brings in cheese of monstrous proportions for us all to enjoy for lunch and then actually for the rest of the week. So if you come to Hackfest, be prepared to enjoy cheese. Anyway, there are many, many discussions and decisions that happen. And one of the great things that happened this year was we had a great discussion about communication in the community and how we could improve things for the community in terms of the tools that we use and the methods that we use to help each other to be aware of what else is going on in the community. And there were lots of things that have happened as a result. And I guess the single biggest thing is probably Mattermost. So Mattermost actually was born out of a discussion this year at Hackfest, and we got it going within those few days that we were there. We got a server up and we got it running. And you might not be able to read that, but there have been 72,954 posts as of 3 days ago in Mattermost since that time. So that's like pretty awesome communication in the community that previously was relying on other tools that not necessarily everyone had access to. Now, there isn't a single perfect tool out there, and I'm sure Mattermost isn't perfect for everybody, but speaking for myself, I know that I've communicated a lot more with the community at large since Mattermost than I did before with the channels that were available before. Some other evolutions that have happened alongside Mattermost are using Jitsi for meetings. Community meetings are now held using a tool called Jitsi. HedgeDoc for minutes, and there have also been some rationalizations of the email lists, and Martin's going to talk a little bit more about how email from the community and within the community is being improved. The Koha Foundation was something that we discussed at the Hackfest, and I've got a whole slide about the Koha. No, I don't, because it's the next presentation, so I'm not going to steal their thunder. You're going to hear that in just about 10 minutes' time. Acquisitions 2.0. This is a big project that PTFS Europe is working on from a code perspective, supported by, in particular, Bywater Solutions, but also contributions from other libraries. And since having several very useful sessions at Hackfest, we've done a lot of work refining the specifications around what we're conceiving as a new version of acquisitions for the future. We've attended plenty of meetings with Koha US, for example, and other libraries to get some more inputs into the specifications. And we've developed a very rigorous, as well as writing code. I don't write any code, by the way, this is other people. As well as writing code, we've also got a real solid plan now for what our minimum viable product is going to look like for a new version of acquisitions, and when it's going to be ready. And a big debate we had at Hackfest was about how much should we use the sort of plugin facility within Koha, and how much should we make sure we get into the core product around acquisitions too. And I think we've landed on a good solution compromise for that, which helps us to make sure that the testing and QA processes that we're going to have to handle alongside such a big sort of module are deliverable in bite-sized chunks. So we don't sort of expect some huge 3-month testing and then QA task for somebody to undertake, because that's just not realistic. So we've got a good plan, I think, going forward. And just to give you an idea that the code is being written on live as we speak, and this is Matt Blenkensop's work, who's one of the PTFS Europe developers. This is some work he showed us just a couple of days ago around the rewrite of the vendor's screen and adding filtering, live filtering onto the vendor's table. So that's just a little example of some of the improvements that are going to come with this rewrite. And this is in Vue.js. So that's another aspect of the development, is to use the Vue.js framework. These are words I don't understand fully, so don't ask me questions about what that means. A couple more things from me, and then I'll hand over to Martin. Koha Hackfest, there was a discussion at the Marseille Hackfest among the German-speaking libraries and developers that were there about having a Hackfest similar to Marseille in the German-speaking countries, DACH, Deutschland, I never quite understand, but Österreich, Austria, and Switzerland, CH, I think is what DACH stands for. Somebody nod. Yeah. And that's happening in November, and we're very looking, Matt and I speak German, so we're looking forward to going to that. And then there was a good discussion around improving the sandboxes, and specifically the data sets that populate the sandboxes, and how we can make sure those data sets are actually more robust and enable more robust testing for people. We've got some work to do to progress the discussions there, but we had some good discussions and reached some good thoughts about that. We need to kind of crack on with that piece of work, I think. And then there was a discussion about rethinking system preferences, but it starts to get really technical here, so I'm going to hand over to Martin, and he's going to take you through some more things.
Perfect. Ooh, perfect. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, so a big part of my role is I like to make sure we're all collaborating and talking to each other. So I'm going to highlight some of the things that have happened either just before, during, or just after the Hackfest, and how that collaborative nature of all of us working together has helped move things on. So Jonathan Druitt did a presentation on Weblate, which is a new translation infrastructure at Hackfest. It had just been installed and was starting to work, and he gave a bit of a presentation and show off of how it works. And then we've had loads of stats since, because it's been in real life use. So Weblate's translation project is starting to work really well for us. We did some work at Hackfest about enhancing the item search capabilities. So KIT came along to Hackfest and they said, we've got this great idea. We want to convert the item search select systems into Select 2, which is the sort of more modern way of doing things. We don't quite know how, so we sat down and they did a submission. I helped them with the sign-off and the QA, and then I think either at Hackfest or a couple of days later, it got pushed. So you can see on the left we've got the first version, and then on the right we've got the new item search with the modern-looking select boxes, and they get nicely filled in from the behind the scenes with authorized values, etc. So they look really good and just in time. We talked quite a lot about bookings. As they showed earlier, we've got a nice Kanban board of everything going on. I kind of wanted to highlight the little initials on this one. So this is I've borrowed the same screenshot from Fiona. If you look at the top right of some of those boxes, you can see that it's no longer just me. There's quite a few MRs still on there, Martin Remvoits. But we've got TG, who is Thibault. I don't know his surname, Paul. From Biblieb, who's been working on a couple of things. Paul Derscheld from LMS Cloud, he's been working on a few things. So since that Hackfest, we've had a couple of meetings, and we've come up with spreading out that work a bit better, and we're really moving those things forwards. And then there was also some discussions on Vue. So Andrew said he didn't know what Vue was. It's kind of a more modern technology for making our UIs more interactive, and making the coding a little bit more friendly for more modern JavaScript developers. But we had a problem in that the way we've been using it to date, you have to build a whole new module at a time each time you want to use Vue. And we wanted to be able to say, can we use a component? So can we just change all of our modals into a Vue? Or can we update the date picker into a Vue and then just use that anywhere else in Koha? And we couldn't do that before the Hackfest. So we went away after the Hackfest and did some investigations. Matt from PTFS did some work, and he found that we couldn't do it as it was, and we've reported a couple of bugs into Vue upstream. And then since, Vue has merged that change in their product. Paul Derfield's now taken on Vue Islands, which is the idea of using these Vue components elsewhere, and done some work there for us, and upgraded or updated Vue. So there's a new bug literally within the last 3 days. I think it's been submitted for us to test and play with, and hopefully that will make the developers excited. I'm getting some nods. So the other thing that we're really excited at PTFS, we proposed the idea of a centralized plugin store. So plugins have been a thing in Koha for a long time, but they're not hugely discoverable. You have to know where to look. You might have to be a bit codey and look in GitHub, etc., or you might go to your own support vendor, and they may have a page that highlights the ones they've done, but they might not necessarily know the ones that other vendors have done. So we're pushing to have a nice store that's available more like the Google Play Store or the Android or the Apple App Store, that's available from within Koha, and you can search and look for interesting plugins. Alongside that, we also want the ability to have one-click install and reminders that your plugin might be a bit out of date. So you can get a nice update, and it's a one-click update from inside Koha. And one of our developers has been working on that. And hopefully, I can do a quick live demo. Ooh. Of course, these things log you out when you leave it for too long, don't they? So this is a new plugin kind of app from inside the Koha side. You can see we've got a number of plugins highlighted up there, and we've got some nice diagrams or pictures of to display them a little bit better, basic information, and more importantly, the one-click install button, which, there we go, plugin has been installed, and we can see now it's installed and it's automatically been enabled. This is where we did the script. So behind the scenes, there's a new app sitting there, which is still in development. And this is what my colleague Pedro has been working on. So we can see I've logged in as my admin account, and we can see I've got 4 plugins registered to me. I've stolen them from different companies, so I'm trying to be a bit unbiased. I didn't want to just highlight the PTFS ones. So sorry, Carl, I've nicked your cover flow plugin so that it can be highlighted at the top. I've also been cheeky, and I stole an old one so that I can see that there's an add new release update. So this is in real time looking at GitHub, and it's looking for if the developer's done a new release. And then there's a step inside our side to give that update. So if you do your publish on GitHub, and then you can click add to get it onto the plugin store, and it's only once it's in the plugin store you'll get automatic pushing up to live Kohas to give them the you can update now type notification. So I'm going to grab that. And we can now see we've got a nice green one that says that the new version is available. I should also highlight there's a few red ones at the bottom. That's because the plugin store, when you first submit, it will do some checks on your plugin to make sure that we've got the right files present. So we're expecting a .kpz file and only one .kpz file per release in GitHub. We're checking that the metadata is right, so you need to give a lowest and maximum version of Koha you can use, etc. And then if I come back and refresh in here, you can see there's a nice new update available and the update button. So it's all quite basic for now. I'm hoping to do quite a lot more work on it in the workshops, and I'd love some ideas from the audience. But that's something we're quite excited about. Here's my backup slides for in case the live demo didn't work. Brill. What else did we do after Hackfest or during Hackfest? So we also talked about the reliability of some of our systems, our infrastructure. We had issues with, I don't know if anybody's applied to do work on the wiki and not had their email back that says, here's your new password or here's your new account, but a few people have. So Thomas, the guy on the left here, and Jobu, Jonathan Druitt, have both been working on helping improve our infrastructure. They've improved some of the infrastructure around the email systems, so hopefully you'll get your wiki passwords, you'll get notifications and things if you're subscribed to those. we've been building up a knowledge base to try and spread the knowledge of how those infrastructure systems are working. So if one of us gets hit by a bus, we don't have a problem. We've migrated from Git-T to Git4geo, which it's the Git server or our code management server. So it's been updated. And Thomas has been working on some of our development tools, so Koha testing for Docker. There's always more to do from Hackfest. I always go with a list this long, come back with a list this long, and then do about that much. So always more to do, and I'm really excited to keep doing it. That's it for me.
Is there any question for Andrew and Martin? Thank you, guys. A little gift for you.
Oh. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Martin. It's always nice to see how much stuff is going behind the scene, and that's why those kind of conferences are there to put the highlight on those events. The next one, it was a little bit mentioned during the previous presentation. It will be about the Koha Foundation. It will be presented by Brendan, Paul, who will speak French, and Jonathan from Bywater, BibLib, and PTFS, our 3 sponsors. Thank you.
Before we go here,
Maybe you should use that one. No. Oh, okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Brendan Gallagher. I do not play hockey for the Canadians. Sorry. But I just wanted to say we're going to talk about the Koha Foundation. It's going to be in English and French, and hopefully we're saying the same things, but we've got it all written up there, so you can always double check us. The Koha community is always like this. This conference is always some of the most fun days of the year for me. I just love being with all of you and how enthusiastic, friendly, and how great this community is. So enjoy.
Hi, and I'm Jonathan Field. I'm actually one of the founders of PTFS Europe, and mine was the other kayak in the photograph in the previous presentation.
My name is Paul Poulin. Yes, I speak French. I'm French. So we're going to switch between French and English for the interpretation. I am the founder of Biblio.
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the Koha Foundation and where we've got to. Really, the whole idea of the foundation really started after a very bad day at the office when we had all of these problems, I think, came across our desk on the same day. And I think they're frustrations that are felt by, or have been felt by many people in the community. The lack of sort of governance around Koha as a project, lack of investment in terms of, not only in terms of money, but in terms of the time that's invested in Koha as well. Poor communication, and as you saw from Martin and Andrew's presentation, we've already gone quite a long way to address that without it formally being as part of a foundation. The ability to attract new contributors to Koha. Responsibility of assets. So you probably know there's a lot of assets that the community holds as a whole. So wikis, email lists, and so on. And generally, the way we work as a community, so the workflow, the processes really of how we instigate new developments, enhancements, go about QAing, that all is unformalized really at the moment. And the idea about having a foundation was to try and formalize and put a lot of governance around this. Andrew and I actually spoke to Brendan shortly after this bad day at the office, and we decided to start to investigate this. And we did quite a lot of background research, and hopefully you will have read a lot of the research that we did. We spent, it was several months, wasn't it, I think, in total in the end, speaking to different foundations, looking at different foundation models, and also looking at some of the case studies and actually arranging phone calls with some of the people involved in projects under these foundations, just to try and get an indication of how their governance worked, how easy it was to become a foundation. And that really led us to here.
I'm not going to repeat what has already been said because it has been translated, but I'd like to add that reflection about having a foundation trying to formalize things around Koha. This is not a new discussion because we already tried in 2010 in Wellington in New Zealand. We had already touched upon this topic. And now it's back on the table.
All right, so after all of our research, we actually settled on the Open Library Foundation. One of our goals for this foundation is just the sustainability of Koha. And that we thought if we were able to compile all of our assets and all of our workflows and governance and stuff into a foundation, we would help set up, like we talked about, recruiting new developers, new enthusiasm to the project. All right, so the Open Library Foundation, what they do is, it's a very cheap entrance. It's about $5,000 US. And what this does is it allows us to create a not-for-profit, a nonprofit. In the US, we call it a 501c3. And what this does is it actually kind of creates almost like a little company for us. And our project would be its own little company inside of this foundation. So the foundation would take care of any legal things we need. They would provide banking assistance, and that includes tax reports, accounting help. And then they also provide a lot of infrastructure so that we could host our Mattermost there. We can look at other options for communication, and we're able to compile everything together. And one of the biggest things for us when we were talking about this was that if we do not like this, we can leave at any time we want. And so we can, if we are uncomfortable and the community is uncomfortable with any of this structure, we can always pull it back, and we can always go back to how we're doing things now and have another discussion to move forward.
Another advantage of the Open Library Foundation is that it allows us to keep everything that touches the Koha name. We are still owners of Koha. We're not going to be called OLF Koha Division. We are the Koha Project under the umbrella of the Open Library Foundation.
So after we settled on the Open Library Foundation, we put it out to a vote. I'll let you take over here.
Yeah, so the vote was fairly unanimous. I mean, we proposed the Open Library Foundation as the new home for the Koha project. And just to give you an indication of the sort of spread of the voting, there were 146 votes altogether, of which 136 were in favor. And then 9 not, and 1 abstention. And there was a good, I think there was a good spread of people from different organizations as well. So there were Koha developers, Koha support organization employees, there were library, a good proportion, 70 of library Koha users, 20 individuals, Koha community members, And some of these fitted in more than one box as well. So there might have been people who identified themselves as a developer but working for a support organization. And there appeared to be, although we didn't do detail, we didn't ask really questions about where people came from, just to sort of limit the privacy aspects of the vote. There seemed to be a good geographical spread as well, which was quite pleasing. So, yeah, very much a unanimous vote almost, which is great. It's great to have that sort of enthusiasm behind it.
Do you want to give them the numbers?
Yeah.
Should I repeat the numbers, or so 146 votes, 136 people in favor, 9 people against, and 1 abstention. In terms of distribution, we had 22 people who were Koha developers, 39 people are Koha support organization employees. So like 3 companies, 70 people are library Koha users, and about 20 people were individual Koha community members.
All right, so our next steps. This Thursday, we're having a workshop at 9 a.m., and we would love to have a discussion. You're all invited, and let's talk about our next steps. I posted questions up there. You can go ahead and read through those, and I'm going to pass it to Paul, just so we can shorten your time a little bit.
So at 9 a.m. on Thursday, there will be a meeting during which we will try to define the outline, the definitions, the explanations around what is the Koha Foundation under the Open Library Foundation umbrella. Will we have a board? Who would sit on the board if there is one? Do we need subcommittees? What role would the different committees play? Will we have a technical committee, a functional, operational, strategic committee, 3, 4 committees more? What current resources are there in the community, and how will we bring them under a new foundation structure? What you may not know is that today, Bywater, PTFS, and Biblibre are funding many projects, other entities as well. For example, the server that hosts the translation, WebLate, is supported by an organization. There's another organization that that is providing the server for web lists, mailing lists. So everything is done according to people's generosity and free will, but the idea with the foundation is to progressively transfer everything to the foundation. So our companies will be funding Open Library Foundation, and this won't change anything tangible. It just means our activities will be under the authority of a structure that already exists. For example, if Biblibre disappears, everything that is covered by Biblibre would have to be transferred to another body or another structure. Last point, the transition phase. How long will it last? How will it be organized? Will any roles be temporary? I think, Catherine, tomorrow in your presentation, you'll be going over the different roles. In the Koha community, there are specific roles. People are elected for 6 months. So we have quality insurance manager and so on. So with this new organization, what will the roles be? How will the current roles be transferred to the new organization? We will also be needing volunteers to take on new roles.
Yeah. All right, so to keep it short, we'll bring questions to the workshop on Thursday, if you wanted to say that.
We won't take questions now. We'll be keeping them for Thursday. It'll give you time to think about all the questions you want to ask.
Thank you all very much.
See you there.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks. Oh yeah, I forgot to say thank you all to the planning committee. This has been like running on rails so far. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Next presentation will be made in French. Sonia. Is Sonia here? She's coming up to the stage. Sonia Bouy. She works for the Lyon 3 University. She will be introducing Koala, a Koha user association based in France. All good? Hello, everyone. I work at the Lyon 3 University in France. I'm in charge of IT services. We have colleagues, users, employees, staff. We are in charge of software, but we also, work on Wi-Fi, printers, and so on. And we are very much invested in Koha. And I'm a part of the Koala Association. I've been a part of this association since 2012. I sit on the board. I am president of the association since November. I've been a president for the last 9 years. Apologies. Today, I would like to talk about how a users association can help users, but how it can also improve the system as a whole. I'm recycling because I've already made this presentation in Greece at KohaCon16. If you want to see my presentation in English, the link is still active, but some things have been modified. First of all, it's a big relief for me to be doing this presentation in French. It's much less scary than to be doing it in English, and I think that for the listeners, it's also fun to hear me in French since we are in Montreal. This presentation also has a special signification because we're in Montreal, we're part of the French-speaking community. We have people who are on our mailing list, on the Koala info mailing list. Those people can use our resources. We are mostly French-speaking members, but we do have members in Belgium, members from African countries, and most of our services are offered to all. Just to go back on the history of the association, I was not here when it was created in 2007. Paul Poulain was one of the founders, Pascal Nallon as well, from the École des Mines in Paris. So those folks got together thinking that it would be interesting to create an association with the goal of promoting Koha and open source freeware. There were very few users. The association was mostly made of sympathizers, people who were interested in the technology and the program, and it's not the case in 2024. We now have people who are interested in the products, but they are either learning to use it or they are using Koha. And we have less people who are simple sympathizers, people who like open source products, so more users. Membership comes with a contribution. and the amount is decided according to the size of the organization. So there are also individual members. An individual membership is 20 euros, and a bigger organization will pay up to 300 euros. Small parenthesis. We have about 60 members, between 60 and 70 members each year, which is not representative of all the establishments that use Koha. So there are people who are part of the organization that are there because they like our work, they want to support the association. Others are interested in Koha and they want to join the community. It is a number that has been pretty stable for many years, but it does not necessarily represent all the organizations that are using Koha in France. A few of our actions, I won't go into all the details, but communication, website maintenance. Our website is hosted. We have a French language mailing list. We also prepare a newsletter. It is sent out 3 times a year. That's how we keep members updated on our activities. The mailing list is not extremely active. Once in a while, there's a topic that sparks interest. But we don't necessarily send messages each week. We also offer trainings. Since the COVID pandemic, we've been mostly offering the trainings online. They are not fundamental trainings. We let people do that with their clients. It's, for example, a training for a person who's at a library, person who's wants to go in depth in a specific module, for example. And what we've increasingly been doing are SQL trainings. Every year, many people sign up for those trainings. We also organize events. We have a conference once a year. It is held in a different establishment every year. Sometimes we're lucky and many people want to host our conference, and sometimes it's a little bit more complicated to find a meeting location. We tried to add what we called a studying day on site to have a second time during the year where we gather, but it's now moved online. We are currently wondering whether or not we need to continue doing this day. We also have something we call the hackathon. In 2020, because there was no Hackfest, we thought it would be interesting to do something online to invite French-speaking developers to work with us. I don't know if the term is the right one. I'll tell you a little bit more about this later, but we try to work on functional questions together. We also strive to do representation for promotion purposes. So in professional conventions and conferences, ABF, for example, it's a conference for public libraries. The ABES days for higher education establishments, institutions. We've also made presentations in days centered on transition. In KohaCon, for example. We have also written a few professional articles in specialized journals in French. So, the heart of the topic. We have actions that are centered on improving Koha. For those of us who speak French, so either in France or in Quebec, we have a working group that works on translating Koha into French. We always try to use what had already been done to complement and improve the translation so that our colleagues have access to a Koha where all terms are accessible in French. We also try to get together and make sure translations are consequent and consistent. We've worked on the work guide and on the interface. We worked a little bit on the handbook, but we set it aside for a while. I think I have colleagues that will start working on it once again soon. We also do some accompaniment for people going to weblates, transitioning towards weblates. During our conference or symposium, or during the hackathon, we try to organize patch test sessions. It's a great way to improve Koha. I think Catherine will give you more explanations on that topic tomorrow, but we try to test certain functions to make sure that they work as we hope they're working. It's a way to find bugs, to get librarian feedback, because librarians are the ones who are in reality using the system. This is something that we were responsible for, but now we work with Victor Fossé, who works with Toxayo, who is very patient, a great teacher. He's really good at explaining how to do patch tests and sandbox, so he's the person who's mostly working on this now. For the last few years, we've set up technical working groups who think and work on specific functionalities. For example, the bibliographic transition, that was a very important question in France. Should we now start using new description formats, bibliographic description formats? Should we stop using MARC? Should we adapt it? We mostly use Unimarc, but there's a bunch of new zones. How should we integrate them? So those are some of the questions we've been working on in order to adapt Koha to the new standards. In France, for example, they have been working on Unimarc files. Many authority files, for some of them more bibliographic, for expression. Clearly, I may be mistaken here, but there's a new system, and the question is, would it work with Koha? What are the changes we would need to make to Koha in order to manage the information with this new approach? We are currently waiting because the France National Library is working on adapting MARC, but ABES, which is the higher education agency, ABES will be choosing a new tool soon. We're not sure what their position is, but we think that they're going to opt for something like BeatFrame, even though they say that, in short, it's making us work very hard. We have many questions, and we are in a waiting position. In this group, we've suggested plugins or Koha adaptations that could be interesting contributions. Okay, I'm going to go a bit faster. Other GT. So the idea is to work on how we can adapt Koha so that it interacts better with the Agence Bibliographique de l'Enseignement Supérieur. And we've also worked on improving periodical modules. So that this was during a symposium. We organized a workshop, and we figured there was a lot to do on the periodical module. So we set up a working group to work on specific functionalities and ask for development. Just to give you an idea of how we've done this, at the very beginning, we decided to do some development work, but we did not want to pay for it ourselves. We invited facilities to share development ideas and costs. So we tried to connect the different facilities. Maybe, you know, I can pay for this, you can pay for that part. And in the end, we only pay for part of the costs. It did not work at all. In France, we have public market restrictions. Sometimes we have many providers, and you know, if one person is with one provider, the other one is with another supplier, it might be hard to work with our different suppliers. And it was also not dynamic enough. So we then decided to fund the development ourselves. We have a membership, fees, we have bank accounts, so it's possible for us to fund development. So we had this period, which I call the democratic period. So we started consulting the members. The members would give us ideas. Then we would have them analyzed by service providers because we know that some idea is not feasible. You know, is this something that already exists? Is it feasible? How many days in terms of development would this need? And then the ideas were brought back to the members and they voted on them. So this was taking a wild amount of time, and we decided to stop working in a democratic way. And now, the development that we will fund is development that comes out of the working groups. So the consultation process is much shorter. We can avoid the consultation process. It's easier to make decisions. We rely on more members. It allows us to be much more specific, because in the past people would, you know, have an idea, but then the members of the association had to work on developing the idea. No one complained, so we can presume that our members are happy with this new process. Here's a timeline with projects that we've funded. Things always take some time, so there's an idea, and you know, between the idea and the integration of the idea. In 2018, 2019, we worked on pseudonymization of users. We've also funded plugins. our policy is to fund products that will integrate to the community function. So I won't describe this because it was very, French. It was a plugin that allowed us to use a plugin to add authors' perennial identifiers to Koha. In 2021-2022, it was a cataloging plugin. In French, we use the term plugin for both, but the idea was to build value for coded data that was integrated in Unimark in 22.11. 2021, we worked on a French plugin to work better with the Abyss web services to verify bibliographic data. 2021-2022, the curbside pickup module. It had been created by Bywater Solution, and we wanted to integrate it as a module in the community version of Koha. We now have 2 projects that are in the works. The PMH harvester, I think that it is coming to an end. We're almost there. Some things were added last week. We still have to work on the QA, but I'm hoping it will be integrated in 24.11. This year, we've asked to improve modification and deletion actions and deletions of periodicals in terms of copies, subscriptions, and so on. And if you want to test this at the Hackfest, it will be possible to do so. Of course, there are challenges, so we have to find motivated people. I think Koala was created in 2007 with people who were really pro-open source, who were really motivated, who wanted to work on this. We've always found people who were able to replace people who were starting to be tired. But of course, it is hard to find people who will invest their time in an association on top of their day job. So that can be a challenge. Sometimes there's a handful of people who are carrying the project. I think that it is a wonderful project. It brings a lot to the members, but of course, we need people who are ready to invest time in it.
Then the follow-up on development takes time because sometimes you're fully into it and then it takes time before it resumes and we eventually get elsewhere in another project. So sometimes it's kind of challenging. Now, what we would like to do is to work on the ERM module. Maybe, first of all, with the plugin to start with, because we want to test something with the Higher Education Bibliographic Agency. And maybe testing things before proposing any modifications in the ERM module. And if my Quebec colleagues have any proposals, we can certainly keep in touch. Any morning for you, afternoon for us, we can work together. And maybe you will want to show your share your own structure. And if you want to see how it works for us, you'll be welcome. Any questions for Sonia? Thank you, Sonia.
We're going to switch in English. And I think we're currently changing the slide. So the next presentation will be about the patron-centric Koha customization. So there's a lot of things that can be done in Koha for the customization of the UI, and it will be given by Jason Robb. He's the Seek and Find, I love that title, Seek and Find Coordinator at Southeast Kansas Library System. So he should be with us pretty soon. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, remark, you can come in, or announcement also. All right. Help me welcome Jason Robb.
All right, sorry about that. I can't make things easy. It's against my nature. So today I wanted to talk about some patron-focused customization. And these are all the things that I probably shouldn't be doing with Koha because I like to break it, you know? You guys give me these tools like HTML and CSS and jQuery, and I'm like, sure, I can break stuff. So that's what this presentation is. I wanted to focus specifically on patron centricity because that's like vital. That's core to our mission at Seek and Find and the Southeast Kansas Library System. And I'm a busy person, have a lot of things on my plate. So I need to like structure my workflow so that I'm triaging problems. So like if something comes up and I have an opportunity to fix it with a Band-Aid, I like to call them Band-Aids of jQuery, then I need to make sure that it's gonna benefit the patron. If it's gonna benefit the staff, that's okay too. So let me get into slides. All right, so just a little bit about me and my organization first. So I work for the Southeast Kansas Library System. We're one of 7 regional library systems in Kansas. Ours is in the southeast corner. The regional systems exist to provide library services to the entire population. So even if people don't have a library in their community, there's a system tax, we collect the money, and then we largely redistribute that back out to the people of our region, which is a pretty cool model, I think. So, like I said, there's 7. Ours is a 15-county area. We support library service for around 200,000 people. We are one of the most impoverished places in Kansas too, so it's neat that we can bring such a high-quality product in Koha to our library users. Seek and Find is one of the projects that we fund. So Seek and Find is SEK, Southeast Kansas and Find. So you can seek and find your books. We were established on Koha in 2008. So we've been running Koha quite a while. I started in 2013 as the Seek and Find coordinator, and my position was established at that point. Before that, we had an administrative team that was sort of running this show, and then they kind of just decided they needed a person, and I'm that person. Right now we have 51 libraries. We just increased by 2 this year. We've got a new public and a new academic, bringing us to 2 total academics and 49 publics. We broke the 800,000 item marker, so we're not quite as big as some of the biggest consortiums out there, but we still do have a lot of activity, and a lot of patrons, a lot of items. And we initially started on Koha with a different host that some of you know. Moved to PTFS Europe for a while, and then in 2013, we've been hosted since 2013 with Bywater. So that is to say, I am a librarian, I'm a systems librarian, not a developer. So I use these little tricks and stuff to sort of fill the gap. And this is just a map to sort of show you Kansas, because I had it from a different presentation, and some people like visuals. So this is Koha in Kansas right now, which is exciting. We're expanding more and more. So I'm in the lower right corner. Some of you may know George. He's in the upper right. There's a consortium in Central. There's one coming up in North Central soon. South Central has sort of a standalone situation, and then the State Library just recently signed on to do statewide library cards as well through Koha. So we're creeping ever slowly to the western side of the state, and hopefully we can get Koha fully ingrained in Kansas. Okay, so just a little bit more about Seek and Find, and this is what I was mentioning before, was this is our vision and our values. So our vision is access. We want people to have really rapid, good access to a wide collection. And this is where Koha shines for us. I mean, it's like we've got towns of under 100 people, and they have the same access to our biggest libraries just because we have Koha and they can place a hold in their jammies at night. So we want them to have the best experience possible. Another sidebar, I know Aspen's great, and a lot of people are adopting it, but we're not. We haven't yet. It's always on the sort of, it's in there. We're thinking about it, but it's just not cost effective for us at this point. So we are using the vanilla OPAC, the one that comes with Koha, and we like it. And I'm excited to hear that some of the stuff that I've been wanting for a long time is coming down the pipe. I know Nate mentioned a few weeks ago that sort of like grouped record holdings are coming, which is sort of verberization light, and I'm super excited about that. Values, patron focus at the top, also access, service, collaboration, flexibility, and support. So as far as triaging problems, this is my little handy dandy helpful chart of stars. So if it's just helping the staff, I only gave it 1 star on the importance. It's very complicated. I'm sure you guys need heavy explanation here. But if it's something that can help the patron, I will tend to focus on that first. If it helps both, I'll focus on that too, because that means it's helping the patron. The other thing I wanted to mention, second sidebar, is that just because they're patron-centric doesn't mean they don't also happen in the staff client. So I'm going to show you some stuff that I did in the staff client. I'm going to show you some stuff that I did in the OPAC. And I think this is where, yeah, I'm going to pause for apologies and disclaimers. Okay, so apologies. I'm going to show you a bunch of different stuff, and the code is all scattered. Sometimes there's a bug, sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's a wiki entry, sometimes there's just not. And I'm going to try and do better to share everything I do. But as I said earlier, oh, wait, I'm not to the excuses yet. Second apology is these are Band-Aids, not real fixes. Now, some of the stuff I've done is very specific to us. So I don't know that they all make sense as like a community development or something that needs added to Koha, which I think is sort of the power of Koha, is like you have given me these tools where I can go in and make custom things that my people need. Okay, so that was an excuse. Because I'm sure I could think about something like the mega menu I made and turn it into something that you guys could take and then fill in your own stuff and have on your system as a plugin or something. I don't know how to write plugins. My second excuse is it's faster. My historical joke is I'm a millennial, so I want instant gratification. So if I can write a little bit of jQuery to make Koha do something for me, that's a lot faster than putting it in development, paying for it. I don't have the money for that anyways. And then waiting for it to get through the development cycle. And I know that's not the best way to do it, but if I need something fixed fast, it's a nice thing that I have in my back pocket. And then I wrote lack of resources is my third excuse, being I am one person, so like I always get to a point where I'm like this close to learning how to write a patch. Like right now I learned how to spin up DevBox thanks to Lizette, and then, or testing Docker, sorry. But then like I get crushed by my other work. So I do have a lack of like resources to push these in. But I'm hoping that sharing these today will like spark some creativity and innovation. And if somebody wants to take something and run with it, I would love to see that. Disclaimers, so we always try to be mindful of privacy when I'm like making a customization, but I'm not always, okay, so my background is I have an undergrad in biology and chemistry with a library degree that wasn't too technology focused. So I don't know when I'm doing something that's going to eat up a bunch of server resources necessarily. So that's just a disclaimer that maybe I know that running a report with jQuery is more resource intensive than using the APIs. So I try to use the APIs when I can. But some of this stuff might be dangerous on a larger system than mine. But yeah, the overall goal with all of this is that we just want to improve the patron experience and the staff experience if we can. Explore what we can do with the tools that Koha gives us, and also identify places where Koha falls a little bit short of what I want. And that always leads to discussions about developments and paid developments and that sort of thing. Yeah, okay, so now to the show and tell portion. And since I'm like burning through, we might get to the break on time. Okay, so again, my slides have some links along the bottom if I have something worth clicking. So the first thing I did, this is in no specific order, other than I think I grouped the OPAC stuff and then did the staff stuff afterwards. So one of the projects I worked on was cleaning up our collection code icons. That's sort of our main search category for patrons, first thing they see when they go to the advanced search. I like the icons in Koha. I think they're great. But I wanted something more consistent and something that I could, a little more modern. So I just designed out these icons, and then I added some code to make it toggle the background color whenever you check the box. So there's a little bit more responsive and a nicer user experience there. And I'm happy to share everything I have. Like, you want my image files? Ask me. They're probably in that GitHub repository. Okay. Also, on the topic of recycling, this is a lot of recycling. So if you've seen me talk at other things, you've probably seen some of this before. So at the KohaCon in Lawrence a few years ago, I talked about displays and adapting the displays module for, or adapting the course reserves module for displays. And this is another one I'm excited about because I think that bug got funded where we're gonna get our own like fully functional displays module. But for us, it was something we wanted sooner than later. So, you know, instant gratification. Me went and took some code that Ed wrote and expanded on it, and now we have a displays module in our catalog instead of a course resource module. For the patrons specifically, it's important for finding things. So being able to say that book over there is on a display over there. So when they're searching in the catalog, they can see pretty easily it's not going to be on the shelf where it's supposed to be. This is one of those things that also helps staff, of course, because I've added modifications where it's telling you if it's on a display when you pull up the Holtz queue. Okay, and then there's an arrow to point at that. So you, emphasis. Another thing I worked on is adding additional icons to search results based on the MARC record, and I think this one's really neat, and I learned this from Lucas. So what this code is doing right now is it's querying the MARC via JavaScript code. It's querying the API, I think this one is. Looking at the 007, and then if the 007, certain chunk of the 007 is a certain thing, then it's pulling in an image I have stored on our Koha server. So this is one that was requested directly from patrons because unfortunately we do still have VHS in our catalog. and it wasn't always clear to them when they were placing their holds that they were putting it on the VHS instead of the DVD, instead of the Blu-ray record. So just having that extra little icon there it's stopped a lot of the issues we've had with people putting it on the wrong format. The kids catalog. I presented on this one last year at Koha US conference. This is a plugin that I've worked on with Lucas and Barbara from Bedford, Texas, to do a lot of sort of improvements to the base as far as the design goes and the look and the feel. So for us, we wanted something that we could put on an iPad in the kids' room and let them just poke around, poke at images, find books on the shelf. And that's what the kids plugin did. So really the only thing I've done is sort of zhuzhed it up with some some additional look and feel. Some of the considerations made here were accessibility, so tried to use a colorblind color palette on it. We're using the Microsoft emojis for the images, so it gives a consistent feel throughout the whole icon set. And we're using a dyslexic font. Google has a dyslexia font, so it's easier for kids with dyslexia to read. And here's what the search results look like. Some of the work I did on this page is just pulling out the facets into those up at the top, and it's doing some weird grouping stuff because those aren't our regular shelf locations. And this one has a presentation linked. It has a link to the plugin that I'm talking about and my messy code. I've gotten really good feedback from my member libraries about this one specifically. The kids really do enjoy having an experience all their own. The one thing I've been meaning to add, it's on my list on this, is a drop down for library so that they can set their, we can set the library in the browser. So that, because it doesn't make sense to have an iPad sitting next to a collection and then you push the dinosaurs button and it gives you a bunch of books that are across a 15-county area that you don't actually have access to right there then and now. And I have the code for that, which is further on. Okay, another one that I've presented on in the past, I presented on this one in Portland, is this mega menu I added using the HTML customizations area of Koha. It's just in the OPAC header. And then this one was before I learned how to do JavaScript, so it was purely CSS for a long time. It has some JavaScript now that added some accessibility features, which that's the other sort of disclaimer, is not all this stuff is accessible, obviously. But this one, I added the tabbing, so that I added tabbing and then outlining of the words, so you can kind of see that on the screen there. Messaging preferences, this is what it looks like right now if you just load up a Koha. I changed it to this so that the page flows a little better. I also had to add some extra tips and stuff at the bottom just to make it work better with Twilio, because they want to see that you're giving the user the option to opt out of messages when you sign up for verifying your number. So just tried to make this page flow a little better, and then I used some code that I think I got from George that makes the digest box always check, because we don't want, we want to send as few text messages as possible. And emails, for that matter, because they get spammy and things get bad and mucked up. What's next? New item sharing. So we call this the sharks and the fishes, hence my shark. Our sharks are our immediate shares, our fishes are our delayed shares, and this is just some customization to bring that to the front for the patron. So if they're at a fish library and they try to put on a hold, it blocks them and sort of makes them make their library feel more guilty about not sharing their stuff, basically, so that they can try and push their library into sharing. And then for the non-sharing libraries, there's a tooltip for the immediate sharing patrons, there's a tooltip if something is going to be delayed because of it. Okay, problem reporting. This one, I just added a character limit and countdown on this form because I didn't want bulky problem report messages. Also took away the library option from it, librarian option, because I didn't want them getting them. I wanted them all to come to me. Series links, this is using the API to replace the existing series links with one that I like more. So if the series is traced, then it includes the author in the link, and that confuses people, and it limits the search. So I've just used some code to rewrite those links so that it's just searching the series title. Self-checkout, so this is the one I referenced earlier. I've added a little library selector drop-down to the self-checkout, which then adds the branch code to the local session storage, which I can then leverage to make customization specific to a certain branch. So for this specific instance, we're using it to do some magic with the student IDs at our college. So the students can put in the student ID number, and then in the background, it's pre-pending some stuff. And there's a button on the bottom there where they can switch if they've got a public library card number. Self-registration, just a lot of different little things. There's some tooltips, collapsing. I generate a library card number using jQuery so that it's not blank, because we had issues with things not being able to be deleted if they're not blank. And then some extra verbiage. Okay, now we're on the staff client, so I put stars on some of the stuff. This is a cataloging helper that relates shelving location to collection code, which means if they pick the shelving location first, it's going to fill in the collection code, and that's a benefit to the patron, because if the cataloging's bad, it's hard to find stuff. So anything that can make my catalogers make less mistakes is going to be a benefit to the patron. Overdue printing, I presented on this a few weeks ago in Texas. Again, it's making the staff's life easier, but it's also making a much nicer notice for the patron, because I'm leveraging, I'm giving them the full view of their overdues instead of just what's due on a certain trigger. And this one gets really in depth. So this is using the new report templating options that were released, and I love those, and thank you for introducing those. So at the presentation I gave, there's several different things I did with it, but the overdue printing is the one that sort of started it for me, because I had people that were demanding it. And just some of the little things on this, again, I learned a lot from Lucas. So I've got an unlock editing button up there, so if they click that, then it changes colors, and they can go in and edit and print, make edits to the overdue before they print it. And they can also exclude notices if there's a big long batch and they need to exclude some. Privacy timeouts, again, important to the patron, because if the staff member stays logged in, leaves their private information up on the screen, then that's a problem. We don't want that in libraries. So this is a little hinky and could use some work, but it works for our situation. So on the checkout screen, I've set it up so that it'll clear the checkout screen after 3 minutes if there's no activity. And then I also set one up that's leveraging patron lists. So if I put a staff member on a patron list, it'll log them out after 5 minutes totally from Koha. So there's that one. This one's a little one, and there's a bug on this one about just adding the number of holds on the holds queue to the report running link page, so you don't actually have to click into it to see that there's nothing on it. And also, the orphaned holds is a custom report we added there, and I also put a badge on that one. So, and then the last one here is my annoying holds queue modifications. So 2 yellow stars, because I feel like those are beneficial to staff and patrons. 1 red star, because that's just for the staff, but it's really just for me. So the 3 things I did here, and I did use special CSS rules. I think it's prefers reduced motion. I recommend using those in these cases where you're making annoying stuff, where if they've set the browser to say, I can't do flashing and stuff like that, then it turns this off. But yeah, the holds queue button glows if something on the holds queue has been there more than a week, because we want rapid turnaround on that. And then the badges are also on the holds queue, just separate different items. And the confetti is just for some chemical feel goods. So when they clear the holds queue, it gives them a little prize. Although I've found that some of my libraries just go in there and refresh the page over and over again. But that's okay. I mean, if it helps them, it helps them. Okay, so that's my quick and dirty list of fun things you can do using Koha's customization tools.
Thank you, Jason. Do you have any question about this nice-looking presentation? No? So it's break time, but before you go, for the happy hour after the conference, we are currently envisioning going to the Benelux. So Caroline put a comment in the Mattermost, but maybe just by raising your hand, because we need to tell them about how many person that gonna be there. Matthias will be there, Brendan, yeah. So just raising your hand just to give us a cue about how many people will be there. Sorry? It will be for having a drink before going for dinner. Yeah. So everybody. So maybe 30-ish. All right. So it's time for a break for, I think, half an hour. Yeah, so see you back around 3:30. Thank you.
Oh, so I'll be speaking French. Next presentation will be in French. From our colleagues from BibLib, Matthias and Lawrence Rowe and Matthias Musberg, who will talk about a project that we mentioned yesterday when we came back from Quebec City that we visited with some of you. And Paul discussed the project with me. So it's 20 Greek universities who have switched to Koho. You have the floor. I am Laurence Rowe. I'm responsible of development and BibLib. I also do some project management and support as well. Hello, my name is Matthias Musberg. I'm a developer at BibLib. We will share with you the ILSAS project. So it's the migration of 20 public universities in Greece, migration to Koha. It's a project that has been funded by the European Union. We have the University of West Attica and the National Technical University of Athens who are supervising the project on behalf of the libraries. And they won a bid to help us pursue this project. We're in charge of data migration and development. What is the characteristic of this project? It's an innovating project, and we will synchronize records between a Koha central catalog and other Koha instances. The project has started in January and still in progress. It will end by the end of the year, and we've decided to work on the 22.11 LTS version for the implementation of this project and the development that will occur. Before talking about the synchronization, I want to show you a graph. It's a bit complicated. To give you a bit of context and how these different libraries interact and our objectives as an organization, there are different instances in Koha's. We have the central catalog, the central Koha, that will contain the data from all the universities, all the libraries from the different universities. This catalog will have bibliographical records, and we'll be able to know how many copies each university has in store. And we also have the local Kohas that the different instances, Koha instances for each university that will list all the records that this university has. And in terms of data migration, so this data is migrating from an existing catalog, a central catalog that is on Syra. So these data will be migrated towards Koha, and they will be redistributed for each instances of Koha, and by extracting each specific data for each instances. We can also have, for example, a library that some of the data is Koha, and the other set of data is under Westmart, and the other data in the central catalog, and then this data needs to be regrouped by using a migration process, so either towards the central catalog or local catalog. And there's another system under add-ons where the data will be migrated towards the local catalog of the library, And afterwards, there will be processes that will allow us, that go actually, that are bi-directional, either from the central catalog, we will export data towards local catalogs, towards local libraries, and from local libraries, they will be migrated towards the central catalog. We haven't decided exactly what the libraries will do. And there'll be a synchronization process of all this data, and I will tell you more about synchronization right after. After the migration is done, we will synchronize the data by batch, so we'll be able to synchronize local data and central data. Now, about synchronization, it is an innovative process. So there's one Koha central catalog that displays the records that will have copies only to know exactly what is contained in the different libraries and different universities. So we know the number of copies that is being held by the local Kohas, and we also have detailed copies as well from the different universities. So the cataloging will be done in Central Koha by librarians from the different universities. When there is a record that's created in the central catalog, there will be an update. And this is the general principle. I'll give you more information afterwards. We need, for all the synchronization, we need a unique identifier. So we've chosen the biblio number of the central Koha record that will help us to identify it in all the local systems. For the synchronization, there are different scenarios. There'll be a synchronization of the data. So if we create to update a bibliographic record, or add or delete an item, and authorities will be linked to the bibliographic records, we can delete a record, delete an authority, and we can also merge records. And what will happen, let's say, if we merge record from the central catalog, and I've mentioned it, there'll be also a batch synchronization to synchronize more than one notice at a time from all the catalogs if needed. So let's dive on the synchronization process. So how to create or update a record. When we'll create a record in the central catalog, so we create the record, and automatically there'll be a report of the biblio number. The field will be indicated by ILSES. That will be the unique identifier for the record in the Koha ecosystem. And if the library, if your university, a university library needs to be localized on the central Koha, so they will create a record. So we have here the university to which the number belongs, the type of loan, and there's one column, the number of copies, where the library will indicate how many copies they're holding. Thank you. Once that we have the notice that's been created, if we have several libraries that want to be localized on this record, they want to notify that they have several copies of this record. So here there are 2 copies that were created. For one, the libraries, the one above, we see that they have 2 copies of this document. The second, we don't have any information, so we will consider that this library only has one copy. So there's a button on top that will allow us to synchronize this record towards the local catalogs. And once the record is ready, there's a validation process as well. And the librarian will choose to synchronize this record, and it will be synchronized in all the local catalogs. So towards, in this example, 2 local catalogs. And the synchronization's objective are, it will have an impact of the record in the central catalog. We will add the URL that we can find in each local catalog. So there's a link. So we can have a link to bring us to either a SPETI or EOCA. So the impact, when we enable synchronization from the central catalog, we see if the record doesn't exist, it will be created. And once it's created, automatically we're going to create as many copies as the number that was determined in the central co-host. So the library notified there were 2 copies. We have very little information on this. We can define an import profile with the local Koha catalogs and to filter and protect some fields of the records. If the university does not want to recuperate some of the fields that can be found in the catalog, we can protect some of this information. So there can be many copies, and if the record exists already in the local catalog, it will be updated. And if the record already exists in the local catalog, we will only display the existing copies, especially if it was already created. And for the authorities, they will be updated in the local catalog. I'm talking about the authorities that are linked to the bibliographical record. How do we synchronize? We can synchronize a record from the interface from the central catalog, as I've just shown you, or also from the local catalog. Let's imagine that the cataloging was done on a local Koha and the library wishes to synchronize the data with an existing record that can be found in the central catalog. There are 2 things you can do. The record needs to have at least 1 copy. The local record needs to have at least 1 copy, and the ID number in the central catalog needs to be added to the local catalog. So it'll be like under ILSAT and the record number. And once the record, at least 1 copy, and they have gotten a 035A from ILSAT, then it can be synchronized by hand towards the central catalog and to have a link that allows us to display the corresponding record. Comparing the copies, we see we could add some copies, but we can also delete some copies. There are 2 types of copies that can be deleted. We can delete from the central catalog. Remember that the central catalog let us know if university is holding several copies of a document. To delete a copy in the central catalog, that means that the library doesn't want to display that they're holding this document. So we can delete it in central catalog. So automatically the local record will be desynchronized. It will be displaced, and the number also will be deleted. It will not be no longer updated if there is further synchronization that is being done. And the libraries can also delete copies from the local catalog. And if the library has 3 copies and they only have 2 left, for whatever reason, then they need to delete one, then they delete that copy. Automatically, the number of copies being held by the library is updated in the central Koho system. So if we delete a copy, so there will be one less copy in central Koho. Synchronization, how does it work? Now I will give the floor to Mathias. Laurence introduced the functional aspect of the project. I'm going to delve into the technical aspect and how it works. The reason we've used plugins, and we've chose to use YAML file-based configuration, and we can also discuss what is coming up in the future. We decided to use plugins, and Lawrence mentioned it, but by using the 22.11 LTS version, so there'll be only one plugin to facilitate the installation. There will only one option for configuration that will let the plugin know whether it's a local or central Koha. We're using the API from Koha. We tried as much as possible to use the standards in Koha, either the API route or the hook. The hook is when we need an action that can be undertaken. The plugins can say, okay, it's my time to act. So we use existing hooks in Koha, and we've created more that will be shown to the committee when needed. And for the API route, we've tried to use standard routes, but sometimes we've created API routes that are specific to our plugin. And in terms of authentication, we need an API user. It's needed on central and local Kohas, and it uses OAuth authentication. It allows us to do great things. So the password doesn't need to be transmitted. We have a client ID and a client secret that can be generated in Koha, and we use this data that can be transmitted between the local and central Koha. So we've decided to use YAML file-based configuration. Why? Because the YAML allows us to create structured files that remain legible for human beings. I'm thinking about UXML. Another of the reason, we're also developing another plugin that will allow us to manage the rights of the user and to have the configuration in the plugins. Let's say they're not updated. There will be YAML file-based configuration that can be used with 2 plugins. So the examples that are being shown in black, this is the information that allow the local Koha to connect to the central Koha. We have the URL from the Koha, the client ID and the client secret, and also the branch code. There can be branch code that wouldn't be similar between the central and the local. It establishes a link between the two. And then we can add the name of the establishment, so it's it's easier to use. And here we have the information that allows the central Koho to connect to local Koho. There can be a very long list here as well. Laurence was discussing import profiles. It will allow each local Koha to define the fields they want to keep and the fields they want to exclude. When a record is being synchronized from the central to the local Koha, the first part will say, what are the local fields that need to be kept? So the 101 field will be kept. The 141, if these are rational expression, so you probably know how this works. And the second part will say, what are the fields that I don't want to keep? For example, 101 or 141, $5 value coming from Central Koha. For those of you who know the SUDOC charger from Bibli, well, it's the same thing from, so Laurence mentioned it before. There's a script that allows us to synchronize records by batch. And we use the syntax tira-tira-ware that is part of a lot of commands in Koha that help us determine what are the records that we'd like to synchronize. For now, we have a script that is being run on local Kohas that will get the records from Central Koho, and there will be a script, a reverse script, that will allow Central Koha to send the records toward the local Kohas. So the scripts, there are not a lot of lines, so we're using manual synchronization to make sure that when we do a batch synchronization, we get the same result as if we were doing it by hand. And this will be deployed on 20 establishment, but it could be more. It's a very simple tool that can be used with the plugin to test the connection. And this is a central Koha that will test if it's able to connect to the different local Kohas and to see if the plugin exists, and if we've managed to get a token API to make requests. And if something didn't work well, the plugin would suggest, I cannot send a request towards the plugin. Has it been installed properly? Is it the sysprep that allows us to use other is enabled and allows us to do some debugging more simply? The other thing we could do that haven't been done yet, now we need to deploy API users on each of the Koha and also recuperate the client ID and client secret that we created. We have to do it manually for each of the Kohas. It's a lot of work and there's room for mistake. So we need a script to run a script that would be deployed automatically for each user. And this is something we have in mind, and it's probably what we will do. This is the end of this presentation. Do you have any questions in French or in English? Out of curiosity, the central Koha, it's like the brain and the local Kohas. This is where the patrons will look for copy, and this is where the loans are made as well. How does it work between the two levels? So there's not flow between in the central Koha, but between the local and the central Kohas. There'll be a public interface, but it just allows, they'll be able to see if a copy is available in establishment, but not exactly where it is physically in the library. Let's applaud our speakers.
Switch in English. The next presentation, the next presentation will be given by Catherine Fisher. She is the IT coordinator at BSZ. I won't even say the name, the full name in English, and she will teach you how to kill a bug. Catherine.
Okay, so how to kill a bug. For some of you, this might be a little bit of a repetition, but it's always good to have a bit of repetition. And for those who haven't heard this, it's good to know. So let's go. So what is a bug? Very good question. And opinions might vary here, because in Koha, a bug can be anything, like it can be an error, a broken feature, missing features, enhancements, and even a complete new thing. So you can pick which is the nice feature bug and which is the bad bug. I didn't want to put a label on one. So how do we begin? A bug is filed. That's the start of everything, because before we can fix things or before we can have a new feature, we need to document it. So we file a bug. Koha community uses Bugzilla. This is like the normal form you will see. And I'll just show you how to file a bug in 5 easy steps. So first, pick a component. A lot of those components are named after models in Koha, and if you pick one, you can also get a little description in the field next to it. So if you're unsure, check the description. And if you pick a wrong component, it doesn't matter. Someone will go in and fix it later. Pick the version you saw the bug in, or the version you missed the feature in, or if you know it's not doesn't exist in Koha at all yet, you can pick main. And again, if it's wrong, doesn't matter, we'll fix it later. So write a good summary line. This is actually a bit important, because a lot of people will search Bugzilla and look through the result lists. So if you write something like improvements to circulation, that is likely to not get much attention, because it's very, very general, and also might be telling you that you have a long wish list that might be actually several bugs you should file. So improvements, enhancements, fix all the bugs in is not a good description. Try to be specific. So then fill in the description. A very good description has 3 parts, like a short summary of the problem, the steps how to see the problem, and what you would like it to show instead, or be like instead. So the expected outcome. Again, if it's the description doesn't work for someone, he will ask questions, they will ask questions, and then we can fix it. And you can get a bit of a communication going, which is also good, and discussion. So nothing bad can happen, just file bugs. Last thing, adjust severity. Bugzilla defaults to enhancements, so if it's a bad bug, change it to be a bad bug. Okay, next step. A patch is written, ideally. A lot of code that is written for Koha is written because the work on it was sponsored in some way, so it's paid. The developer writing the patch is paid for doing it. There might be exceptions, like sometimes we get lucky and people fix bugs because they're also interested in it, but that's the general rule is most of the time it will be a sponsored feature. So how can you tell that a bug is active or being worked on? There are some indicators. You can check the status. So if someone is actively working on it, it might have the status assigned ideally, and also the assignee will be filled in and tell you who is working on the bug. There's also a change sponsored field, and this can also be used to look actually for other co-sponsors or indicate that you'd like to sponsor something and are looking for a developer. Or there might be patches attached and there has been recent activity, like you can see it in the comments. So where are the patches hidden? Patches look like this. Make them a bit bigger, so they show as attached files on the bug itself. So next step. We now have code. So what happens next? We need an independent tester. So who is an independent tester? Like everyone can be. The only thing is it should not be the same person who wrote the patch and not someone working at the same company. So this step is especially for libraries and users. What you're supposed to do is follow the test plan, and if you want to go a bit beyond it, like ask yourself what else could this touch that might be broken by it, that is a bonus. But following the test plan is also really good. So, and you can set it to fair QA. Don't be scared. Fair QA doesn't it won't get people upset. It happens to all of us. Just do it. It's hard the first time it might be hard, but I can tell you it gets easier. And don't feel bad. So even if you have a question or if the test plan is not making sense, it's okay because it gets attention from the developer to see what's wrong and then to help you progress on it. So next step is signed off. So how do you sign off? There's two major ways of doing it. We have the sandboxes, which provide you a way to test the bug without not having to install anything on your computer at all. It's all just a web form, and it gives you a fully functioning Koha system for your own that you can use to test patches. And I'll cover in my workshop and have you do that on Thursday. So please join the workshop. And the next way is Koha testing Docker, which is giving you a complete Koha developer environment with all the tools and gimmicks set up to use. And with that, you can go beyond testing patches, of course. You can write patches, and you can break things and try things, and that's a bit more advanced. I think if someone wants to test that, we can probably find someone to help you with that at the Hackfest as well. Okay, so what does a sign-off look like? We have a status change to signed off, and we still have attached patches, but when you click on them, you can see that there is actually a sign-off line, like a signature in the patch that shows who tested the patch. And this will also ensure that your testing will not go unnoticed, and you'll get a nice little shout out in the release notes as well, and on the dashboard. Okay, so now we got a sign-off. Next, QA team member. They can also fair QA, and they will do often. And they can set pass QA. I'm not going to talk much about QA because Nick will do it. And I don't want to steal his presentation. Just know it's an elected role, so we elect the QA team. They do code review, they look at the actual code. They check it for the coding, compliance with the coding guidelines, and we have some automatic scripts to help spot common mistakes. Okay, now we are past QA. What next? Release manager, me, okay. I can set it to fake QA again because no matter, we're all human, and no matter how many eyes you have on something, there might still be something we have missed. And even if I not fail it and pass it and push it, there might still be something wrong because we're all human, so keep in mind. But we find a lot of things before we actually integrate the code. So then I'll push it to the code base, and it will be in the next release in Koha. Woohoo! So how can you tell from a bug if it will be in a certain release, or how to read a bug in general? There's some more things to look out for. First, always look for the status. It will tell you where it's in the workflow or which status it is in the workflow at the moment. You can also have a look at the keywords, easy to test or testable in a sandbox is marked with a sandbox keyword, ideally. And there might also be academy bugs that are for beginner level testing, patch writing. Next. Text to go into release notes. Usually this is filled in after it has been pushed, but it might be there before as well, which gives you a nice little summary of what the patch does. And then there's also the versions released in, where you can actually see the versions, the exact versions it will be in. So that is really helpful. So now we're there. It's in Koha, it will be in the release notes, everything good? Not quite. Needs documentation. So that comes after the pushing, and we have a great documentation team writing the Koha manual at the moment. So yeah, they're doing awesome work. And then you'll maybe find it in the What's New section. And now we can call the bug dead. All this, like the whole workflow, you can also follow on the dashboard. Martin has done some great stuff with the dashboard for this release cycle. So it did not only get like a visual redesign, but it also got some really nice new features. Like you can see a little search box at the top, and you can put your name in there and find your very personal dashboard, where you can see where all the bugs you reported or tested are at in the workflow at the moment. So far, so good. No real insects were harmed in the making of this presentation, but yeah, we like our bugs dead. Thank you. Poor bug.
Thank you very much, Katrin.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. So we just looked at how to kill a bug. So now we'll look at how to save cows with the QA in the Koha community by Nick Lemons from Bywater Solution. Nick.
Hi, everybody. So this talk is going to be about kind of some of the pitfalls that we fall into with QA, ways to avoid some of them, and just kind of a framework that I've been testing out in the community to use for doing QA. I'm just waiting for my slides. But that's my fault because I sent them in today like a true developer does. Some people do plan ahead, that's true, and that's a good thing. I'm not going to knock that. But I will play into the developer stereotype sometime. Well, I can start talking from my notes on here. So what we're doing here is we're going to adapt the Moscow method, which is originally a method for prioritizing things during project management or software development. It's a way of kind of taking your requirements for the projects and deciding the different categories that they fall into. So it comes from really, there's 4 different categories: must, should, could, and won't / wish. So you take your kind of project requirements and you break them down to these 4 categories. Towards the end of the presentation, I'll get into more about what exactly those categories mean. When we adapt this towards software development and QA, we're actually going to change the last word a little bit. We're going to call it must, should, could, and would. So everything's the same except for that last W. So what you can't see, but the way it works is you take the M, you take the S, you take the C, you take the W, and you just put in a couple O's there so that you can make it pronounceable, and it ends up as Moscow. That's where the name of the method came from. Now these days there's some questionable politics about Moscow, and so we're just going to take the name. If we're already adding letters, we're going to add a few more. We're going to call it Most Cows, because it makes it a little more fun. Why cows? Well, some things about me. I am a member of the Koha QA team. I have been for a number of cycles now. I was a former Koha release manager. They let me do that job at some point. I'm a developer at Bywater. And oh, thank you. And the most important thing about why I called it Most Cows is because I'm from Vermont. So there are a few things from Vermont that you may have heard of. These are, I think, probably the 3 most famous things that we have. One of them is going to be ice cream. Ben & Jerry's has some of the best ice cream. They have a ton of flavors. But my fear was if I tried to do ice cream metaphors and name it after that, I was really going to go, there's too many flavors, it wouldn't be consistent, it'd be too confusing. Fish is also from Vermont. Arguably one of the greatest rock bands of, alive today. They're a jam band, though, and so I was afraid if I went with that, I might tend to go off on a tangent, just get real stuck going off about one topic. So, not going to go that way. The other thing we have a lot of in Vermont is cows. So I figured that would be the most fun, and the puns would not be too forced, but we'll see how I do. I do reserve the right to do any of these future fish-themed presentations. It's an open source community, though, so if you want to steal any of them, please do, feel free. I would love to see someone do one of these. I'm not going to read them because the translators will have to try to translate my puns, and I don't think that's going to be any fun for anybody. So Katrin alluded to this in her presentation. So just the Koha QA process, we submit the patch, it's tested and signed off by an independent tester, so somebody outside of your company. There are really good reasons for that. Kyle and I were meeting the other day, and we've been working together long enough that we honestly started fighting to say the same things. Both of us would get real excited, and we'd be like, no, we have to do it like this. So it's really good to get independent viewpoints because you can start to just think like everybody, which can be a little scary for Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. Then it's tested and signed off by an independent member of the QA team and tested and signed off by the release manager. So we do a lot of steps here for QA before it gets pushed to the main code base. When we talk about QA in the Koha world too, we're really talking about not just the testing, but code review, testing, coding guidelines, kind of the whole process of code review is kind of wrapped up in our QA. So, just a few tips about QA and things with cow puns included. One thing to remember, in different languages, cows don't say the same things. Koha is a global community. We have people from all over the world who speak different languages, and you're going to interact with them on Bugzilla, and you're going to interact with them in English, which is not always their first language. Many people today were happy that they were able to give their presentations in French because it was easier to talk. I'm thankful that you didn't make me present in French because that would have been horrific and impossible. But so remember that when you're talking to people in a different language, that they may have a different communication style in their language. Different languages lead to different ways of communicating. They also may not get your jokes. It's really fun to make jokes, and I'm doing it in this presentation, I get that. But when you're doing code review, try to keep that out of it. Try to make sure that you take the other person's words at face value and ask questions if you don't understand. Also remember that when you say something, it may seem like you've said it in very clear language, but you haven't. And so if someone asks you to explain or if they ask you to elaborate, remember that it's good to do that. Cows don't always look the same. When someone files a bug in the community, you may not recognize the problem. You might see it as a feature that they're asking you to remove. You might see it as a problem that they're introducing. But what you need to do is take the time to look at it from the other perspective. Libraries across the world operate very differently, and the needs that they have for their users are very different. So when you're looking at a code or a feature, make sure that you kind of consider how it may change the software, and focus on the impact of it. Sometimes it's simple enough just to make something have an off switch, and that's all you need to do to keep it from affecting others. This man looks awesome. Lovely leather outfit. Don't kill the cows just to get yourself a jacket. Sometimes what happens is a bug is filed or a feature request, and you look at that and you say, oh, this feature is great, but if it did these 15 other things, it would be the best feature ever. what happens when we do that sometimes is that's how things get stuck in development. So try to think about that when you're looking at someone's code. Is it scope creep? We want our features to be complete, but there is a balance. Sometimes getting in the small feature lets us have a much more successful path forward to develop that feature. So sometimes we really want to move in what we can. And also sometimes if you look at this and you think it needs to do these 3 extra things, maybe you can work on that and not request it of the original developer. Avoid the bull. Now this is not just a clever language way, but also sometimes in the community you may not recognize the clout that you carry. You may not understand how you are perceived by others. I tend to think that I'm very quiet and shy and don't like to attract attention. I've been told I'm wrong. So just keep your status, keep that in your head, that when you comment on somebody's bug, if you've been a developer for a long time, they might be a little intimidated to respond to your comments because they take it negatively. Remember that when someone QAs your bug, they are not attacking you. If somebody fails QA, it is not a personal attack, and it is not something that you need to get revenge for. They are trying to make the product better. We all have the same end goal. And just again, don't assume that anything is obvious. Don't ask for something to be better, or don't ask for more. Explain what it is, explain what you want to see, explain kind of just what they need to do. So now we're going to get into the actual Moscow method and kind of how that can be applied. Some of you may have had me do this to you, and I hope that it was helpful and not upsetting. But I've been using this framework to try and give feedback because I think it gives a little more structured way to do it. So the first step, must. These are your blockers. These are the things that have to be done for something to go. They're the easiest ones to identify. If you start testing a bug and it doesn't do what the test plan said, it's over. Now, I do want to note that if you do that, if you run into one of these, don't stop testing. It's best if you can give the user feedback all the way through the test plan to make sure that everything else is going to work. Does the feature break something else? Not just does it break an existing feature, but will it change a workflow? Is it going to change the default behavior of Koha? Is it something that's going to affect the users when they get an upgrade? If so, it's something that needs to be talked about. It's also, we check the coding guidelines. If you're referring to them, point the user towards them. Like actually point out which coding guideline, put a link to it, give them a way to see what it is. Remember that some of these developers are new. You may also want to remember that we have a lot of things in the Koha community that are just the way we do things, that are not in our coding guidelines. That's really a problem that we need to get into the coding guidelines, but remember when you're QAing to try to get those across so that people can help. And the last thing is just to say, did they consider all the cases? So you may test it and realize they didn't look at it when we have 3 items, or they didn't look at a multi-branch system or a consortia and bring those things up. Hopefully there are unit tests to cover, and if there are, tell them which cases they're missing. Don't just say you need more tests, but point out the steps that they missed. The next part of it are the shoulds. So these are requests. These are kind of the things that sometimes you'll look at the bug and you'll see some obvious improvements or some workflows that are being missed. These can also be fix me comments in the code. Maybe if they're adding a bulk add feature, we need a bulk delete feature for the new module. For should also, if we're fixing a bug in legacy code, it would be nice to refactor it, but maybe that's a request for somebody else. Maybe that's something that they don't need to do here, but you want to ask about. You can make these suggestions. So these ones, shoulds, we don't consider them blockers, but they should have an answer. So it's where you get to ask a question about something, say please, and try to be clear. These are also the things that you would have done or noted if you wrote the code. That's a good way to think about it, is like, if I were doing it, I would have felt compelled to do this. And always feel free to also file a bug and be compelled on the other bug to do it. This is where you can kind of give just a little bit of feedback or information. You know, if somebody has done something one way and you're like, well, have you considered trying it this way? Something that might make it a little simple, it might make the code cleaner, but it's something that doesn't need to be done. These are where you're gonna put your things that you're like, this would be cool, but the bug can move forward. You don't have to explain. I'm just offering some suggestions. It may also be where you can point out like, hey, did you know that we have this function over here that does basically the same thing? Maybe we can build these two features together. That's kind of that. And the last one is would. This is really where you get to put your opinion. This is one you're not going to use very often in a community. It's really for helping new developers, for training. Like internally, you would use the would a lot to say like, this is how I would do it. This is not the place to let out all your frustrations and anger and clear the air. It can be, but you still need to do it in a proper way that lets people know that you're helping them. That's the big thing here is it's kind of like, I would do this, or it would be better if we did it this way. But again, this is the one you're going to use the most sparingly and probably the mostly internally. That's the method for reviewing. And just to say too, for everybody, you can apply all of this as a tester. This doesn't have to be limited to the QA team. This is all good feedback for giving feedback to any, or good framework for giving feedback to anybody. You're not done until the cows come home. Once you take on QA, remember that you should come back to it. We have the QA assignee role in the community that you can put on a bug, and we don't always fill that out. But if you do, you should take it seriously, that if you've given feedback and someone responds, you're going to come and follow up. We can't always do that. It's hard. Everybody has limited time. But just do remember that that's the goal here, is that you're going to foster this when you take it on. The more that work that we do, the more that we help it. Sometimes what we can do too is instead of when we give that failed QA, we can add a follow-up. Martin likes to call it code golf, and we all try to do a fair amount of that these days. Sometimes it's much faster for you to provide the follow-up than to ask a question or tell someone what to do and wait for them to do it. Last thing is just leave room for others to grow. Show them the way, explain why you do things, and sometimes like you can provide a test that fails if you're QAing and failing something. That's all I got. Excellent. Yeah. So I do have the link to the original post that the idea came from, and I just wanted to give thanks to Barton Chittenden, who is a former Bywater employee and Koha developer, who was the one who sent this to me and Kyle, and I really appreciate him doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, we did it. We went through the first day. Cool. And in advance, actually, we're more than on schedule, so we have more time to get some beer. On the other side of the street, it's called the Benelux. So I don't know if we advise them how many people we're gonna be. I guess so. Yes? All right. So those who raised their hand, let's go raise your glass. So see you tomorrow. Otherwise, for the other, we're starting the presentation around 9, but still have coffee since from 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you again.